Stacey Perry knows it's time to give up her dream of becoming a famous actress and return home to North Carolina. Though she's happy she had a chance to try things her own way, once she reaches her grandparents' bed and breakfast, she tries to find peace and enjoyment there as she helps them. Soon, Aaron Murray, a handsome handyman with a past, comes to help take care of the property while her aging grandfather recovers from surgery. Without even meaning to, the two become close friends, and then eventually discover they are exactly what they are each looking for. When Stacey gets a call from her former agent informing her there is a chance-in-a-lifetime audition for someone of her exact qualifications, she knows she has to go. She doesn't want any regrets or what-ifs to plague her. But what if she gains one dream and loses the one and only chance she'll have at finding true love? Can Aaron convince her to give up her dream for him and the dream they could have together, or will his past once again come back to haunt him? Chapter 1. Stacey counted the money once more, praying she'd been wrong before but knowing it was unlikely that she'd come up with another $300 by counting again. There was no way she could keep up the charade. As much as she hated to admit it, it was time to pack up and go back home with her tail between her legs. Her parents would never say, "I told you so." At least not in so many words, but she knew that would be in the back of their minds. She'd only been able to get a few small roles and a couple of modeling gigs for magazines or stock photo shoots. If she was willing to go against her morals, she could have taken a few other small parts on some less-than-stellar shows, but when Stacey made her way to heaven someday and met God in person, she didn't want to have to explain to him how she had given up her beliefs for a little money. Bowing her head, she said a sincere prayer of gratitude she'd had the chance to come try things on her own. She'd always loved acting and performing in high school. She had been involved in all the school plays and local theater performances, but deep down, she'd known it wasn't really a life for her. It was hard to admit that she should have listened to that little voice instead of the wild dreams in her head. Now, it was time to call it quits and figure out her real path in life. At first, it had all been fun and glamorous. Stacey had found a roommate right away. They were both trying to make it in acting and both were incredibly supportive of the other. Things had been amazing for a few months until Alyssa had gotten a nice role in a movie that was filming on location. Reality had set in when Alyssa had moved out, leaving Stacey to scramble to cover the rent. She'd searched for another roommate, but all the options she'd interviewed hadn't looked promising. Especially after the first one to replace Alyssa had been selling drugs as a side job till she got her big break. Besides the issues with rent and lack of roles to play, the romantic entanglements she'd had to sidestep were enough to turn her off to the idea of a relationship. She wanted a solid and long-term commitment instead of just something superficial. Stacey sighed, knowing she'd been incredibly naive when she'd first headed out west. Though she didn't regret her time out here, it was obviously time to head home. Stacey contacted her landlord with the information that she would be leaving the place as soon as he'd let her. Since she'd been late on the rent for the third time this year, he was happy to see her go. She finally gritted her teeth and called her mother. Stacey felt the warmth of her mother's love wash over her with just the sound of her voice saying hello. "Hey, Mom." "Hi, sugar. So good to hear from you. How are things going?" Stacey sighed, and her mother, with all the magic and intuition gifted to her when Stacey was born, replied, "Oh no, honey, what's wrong?" Trying to hold in the tears didn't help, it just made her throat hurt, so she let them fall as she told her mother she'd given up and decided to come back home. "I'm so sorry about that, sweetie." Her mother's voice held no censure. Nothing in it to indicate Stacey was stupid to have tried. "I know you really wanted to make a go of it, and you have such talent that I'm surprised it didn't ever work out for you." "Thanks, Mom." Stacey loved that her mother had such faith in her even through all the setbacks. "When will you be coming home?" "I can leave as soon as I get my stuff packed and find a place to get rid of my furniture," Stacey said. She walked through the small apartment, trying to mentally calculate all the things she'd need to do. "You driving?" "Yes," Stacey said. So, I should be there in a couple of days. Is that okay? Of course, love. You are always welcome here. Besides, Grandma Dee needs some help at the inn. Really? Stacey opened the door of her bedroom and started to gather her laundry off the chair and the end of the bed. What happened? Her cleaner just got married and moved away. Grandpa is still healing up from his shoulder surgery, so Grandma could use someone to clean the rooms and help with the cooking. And with spring here now, she's got a lot of work to do with planting and gardening. You were always so good at helping her during the summers. I don't know, Mom. Stacey sat on her bed and stared at the wall in front of her. She had always enjoyed working with her grandmother at the little bed and breakfast they'd started once all their own children had married and moved on. Grandma was the most amazing woman on the planet, but though Stacey and her cousins had all spent summers together learning and growing under Grandma's watchful care, Stacey didn't know if she wanted to actually go back to work there full time. I think you should call her and see if she's found anyone. I'm sure she would love to not have to worry about finding a replacement just yet. Especially since she'll be helping Grandpa so much with his physical therapy appointments. She needs someone who knows how the place works. Stacey lay back on her bed and looked at the ceiling. With all that her grandparents had done for her in life, it was only fair that Stacey did something to repay them. Besides, it would be a good way to transition back into the area. And if anyone asked why she'd given up her acting pursuits, she could always say she wanted to help her family. A much better answer than the truth that she just couldn't make it out here. I'll call Grandma for sure. Wonderful, Mom said. I'm sure she'll be so relieved. I wish I could have helped, but my work hours just aren't flexible enough. I'll call her now, then get started on my packing. Stacey sat back up and looked around the room again. It wouldn't take that long to get things taken care of. I'll see you soon. Text me before you leave and stop every now and then to keep me updated on where you are. You know I worry when you drive so far alone. Especially with that car of yours. I will, Mama. Thanks for everything. Love you. Love you more, Mom said. Love you mostest, Stacey said, smiling at the words they'd always said to each other when they were saying goodbye for as long as she could remember. She turned off her phone and surveyed the room. The quicker she got to work on packing, the quicker she could get home and be wrapped up in a hug from the people she loved the most. Yet she almost dreaded the thought of seeing everyone from Greenville, North Carolina. They would all speculate why she was back, and it would be a test of her acting skills to pretend their looks didn't bother her. When she finally arrived home and moved back into her parents' house, she'd been welcomed back with open arms. Only a few of them wanted to know if she'd met anyone famous and how different Southern California was from North Carolina. It was easy enough to satisfy their curiosity by giving them only a few tiny stories about celebrity sightings, but she always brought the conversations back to them. Nothing can compare to Greenville, Stacey would say. In fact, they tried to make sets look as welcoming as my own neighborhood and they couldn't do it. There's just something special about us here. Well, ain't that the truth, was usually followed by asking about her plans for keeping busy, and they happily talked about the inn. At least no one had asked why she'd quit her acting pursuits. Most seemed genuinely pleased to see her back, which added to her peace in her decision. And being back in her grandma's house, smelling the freshly baked muffins, and the scent of dough rising for homemade bread helped her feel even better. Within days, she found herself in a comfortable routine where she came to the inn early in the morning to help get things ready for the few guests who were staying and help with the maintenance inside. If only she could do more to help Grandpa Joe get his work outside caught up. Dad came up every now and then, and she was happy to hear he had almost convinced Grandma and Grandpa to hire someone full-time to get things back on track. Aaron Murray looked at the massive house that had been turned into a bed and breakfast that everyone called the inn at Emerald Lake. He had fond memories of stopping here with his mom when she'd come to visit the owners and learn a few tips for making meals or bottling the fruits from their fruit trees. But now, for the next 6 months or so, it would be where he lived and worked. He'd been hired as a handyman to help out while Mr. Perry recovered from shoulder surgery after an injury when he fell out of a fruit tree last fall. He'd known Grandma and Grandpa Perry for a couple of years before his family had moved out of Emerald Cove, North Carolina, to Wyoming, where his dad had gotten a job on the ranch his uncle owned. After a few years of some rough living, Aaron had burned too many bridges there and needed a new start. When he'd heard from his cousins, who still lived in Emerald Cove about an hour away from Greenville, that the Perrys who owned the bed and breakfast needed a handyman, he figured he could give it a shot. It would be nice to get away from all the mess his life had become and get to the point where he could overcome his past. It was a huge blessing they'd agreed to hire him, but since they knew his parents, Aaron was sure it was more for their sake than for his. He would do everything in his power to not mess it up. He didn't know how many chances someone got, and now that he'd been clean for 3 years and 2 months, he knew he could manage day by day and keep himself that way. Aaron pulled his wide-brimmed hat down a little and walked up the steps, his worn cowboy boots stepping in the rubbed-off paint spots on the wooden stairs. He'd have to see if Grandpa Joe wanted him to repaint it. Looking around the area, it didn't look too bad, but there were some small signs of neglect. Of course, Grandpa Joe was pushing 70. It was amazing he'd been able to keep up with the place as much as he had. He knocked on the wood frame next to the glass on the front door and peered through the lace curtains. There was the sound of movement from inside, and Aaron pulled his hat off, rubbing his hair quickly to hide any signs of a hat line. He expected to see Grandma D at the door, but instead, he was greeted by a cute, young blonde. She looked up at him with smiling eyes and a friendly expression, and it was difficult to remember exactly why he had knocked. "Hello," Aaron said after a moment. "I'm here to see Mr. Perry. Grandpa Joe isn't here right now. He'll be back within the hour." Her voice was smooth and sweet with just a hint of roughness, like she would sing alto in his mother's church choir. "How about Mrs. Perry?" The young woman smiled and shook her head. "She's with him. They're at his physical therapy appointment." Aaron nodded. "Well, they told me to arrive as soon as possible, and they'd get me started on something right away." "Any idea what kind of job they needed done?" The girl tilted her head to the side. "I'm not sure." "Who are you?" She looked him up and down as if that would help her figure things out. He hoped she liked what she saw and that she couldn't read too deep into him. "Oh, sorry. Guess my manners got a little lost, too. I'm Aaron. Aaron Murray." He reached out to shake her hand. "They hired me to do some work around the area. I didn't know they had hired someone yet. Glad you're here. I'm Stacey Perry." She placed her hand in his and shook it firmly without hesitation or being too dainty. "You must be one of their granddaughters, right?" Aaron said. "Yup, that's why I call them Grandma and Grandpa." Aaron smiled. "I understand more than half the town call them Grandma D and Grandpa Joe. I just figured you were the same way." Stacey chuckled. "I guess you've got a point. They didn't tell me you'd be coming today. I'm sorry, I don't know what they need you to do. Maybe you could come back in an hour or so." Aaron glanced back at his old, beat-up, extended cab truck. It had been the best he could do with the funds he had, but a truck was a truck. He would need it for everything he did as a handyman. "I guess I'll go wait until they come back." "Thanks." "Hold up," Stacey said. "You don't have to wait in your truck. I mean, if you're going to be working for them, you might as well come inside." "Thank you." He followed her into the house and took a look around as she pointed to the little room to the side. It held a few comfy-looking chairs and a wall with a bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. Probably something to satisfy almost every type of reader who might come visit. A small computer sat on a desk in the corner with a printer and a phone nearby in case anyone needed to use that while on vacation. A little rack with brochures pointing out things to do in the area sat neatly to the side, and a cookie jar along with some napkins and a glass bowl with some small hard candies were in the same place he'd remembered from his previous visits. It brought a smile to his lips, and he wondered what Stacey would think if he went over and got one. "I've been doing a bit of housework and will be making some lunch soon," Stacey said. "You hungry? Grandma would skin me alive if I didn't offer to feed you." "I ate before I came, I'm good." He nodded toward the cookie jar. "I might sneak one of them if that's okay." "Help yourself. If you'd like a drink, there's some in the fridge." "I don't drink," Aaron said, more to remind himself as thoughts of his past came to him with the mention of a drink. Stacey tilted her head again like she couldn't figure him out. "I'm sure Grandma and Grandpa will appreciate your restraint at their place, but they don't serve alcohol here." "I meant there's some water, milk, or soda and the like." His face heated up and he hoped she didn't catch on to his embarrassment. "Thanks. I think I'll grab a water." She stepped back from the door and jerked her head in a "follow-me" motion, then turned toward a long hallway that led to the back of the house. A wide window that covered almost half of the wall lit up a spacious kitchen with an elaborate array of cooking stoves and counter space. 3 stoves. It helps when you're doing all the bottling during the fall. "I'll bet," Aaron said. "Do you live here with them?" "No, I live down the road in Greenville with my parents for now," Stacey said. "I'm here to help while they get Grandpa healed and filling in for their cook and housekeeper since she's gone now." The thought of being able to see her more gave him a boost of dopamine, which made him a little cautious. He would be better off staying away from this adorable person. Especially if he wanted to keep his job or his sanity. Throwing a woman in the mix would just be asking for trouble. Of course, it couldn't hurt to admire her from afar. Stacey left Aaron in the front room as she returned to the kitchen. She was almost finished with the mopping and would just need to do a quick rinse of the spot under the table. The sound of a ceramic lid being removed, then soon after, replaced made her sure he'd opened the cookie jar. She'd just refilled it with fresh homemade chocolate chip cookies and wondered what he thought of them. A few moments later, as she moved the mop back and forth on the floor, she heard the cookie jar lid once more. Apparently, he liked her cookies. She kept glancing toward the doorway, wishing she could see him from there. Unfortunately, she just had to go by the memory of their quick meeting. Aaron was likely a good foot taller than she was, and he looked strong and capable enough that she figured he was going to be the perfect kind of help to take care of all the things Grandpa Joe couldn't do. She'd only talked to him for a few moments, but he seemed like a genuine enough guy that she hoped he would work out well here. Grandpa Joe definitely needed help, and while Stacey was great at the cooking and cleaning aspect to help Grandma Dee, she had none of the skill sets Grandpa Joe needed. Aaron, on the other hand, was built for work. His arms were well defined, and she knew her weakness for a well-muscled man would be tested by just being around him. Once the mop was wrung out and hung to dry, Stacey returned to the front area. Instead of sitting and scrolling through a phone or anything, Aaron was looking out the window at things outside. His broad shoulders and trim waist made her sure he would have the physical stamina to help Grandpa. With another few steps into the room, she finally caught his attention and he turned to look at her. His smile sent a little tingle of anticipation through her, and she paused a moment. Not sure exactly what to do, she watched him as he tucked one hand into a pocket. He seemed a little nervous and she wanted to make him more comfortable. "Have you ever been to the inn here?" "It's been a while," Aaron said. "My mom brought me here a few times when she came to visit Grandma Dee. Things have changed a little. Would you like a tour of the area? You'll be helping Grandpa with all the little fixes, right?" Aaron nodded. "That would help to know where things are. We'll do a fast tour of the inside, then the area around the house. I'll let Grandpa show you all the farther out stuff." "Sounds good." Stacey turned back toward the dining area and kitchen and motioned for him to follow her. She glanced back to see him duck just a little as they went through the doorway into the dining room. Even as tall and broad-shouldered as he was, there was just something more about him that filled the room. He carried himself like a man who knew who and what he was, but there wasn't any of that overbearing pompous attitude. Thank heavens for that. If she was going to have to work in the same place as him, it was nice to know she wouldn't have to deal with a monster ego from the guy. That is a big table, Aaron said. There are 10 rooms here, so when it's all booked out, we have lots of people to feed. Not everyone eats dinner at the same time, but sometimes we have all 12 seats full plus another table we set up to the side there. Sounds busy. It can be, Stacey said. Reminds me a lot of when we were growing up and spent Thanksgiving here. Stacey waved her hand again and motioned for him to follow. Breakfasts are sometimes served in here. Other times we have folks eat at the bar counter in the kitchen. She opened the door but didn't go in. I just mopped the kitchen, so we won't go there, but there is a back door that leads to the backyard and garden spots. Most of the time, Grandma and Grandpa use that door to get out to the garage. Grandpa has a mud room where he can clean up if he's done lots of work in the orchard or garden. The guests all use the front door for their comings and goings. Aaron didn't get very close to peek into the kitchen and she wondered if it was just boring to him or if he didn't want to get too close since they wouldn't be going inside. As soon as she shifted on her feet, Aaron stepped back against the wall to give her plenty of space. She glanced at him, a little curious about his behavior, but pushed the thought aside. They walked back through the dining room to continue the tour. We've also got a sitting room that is sometimes used as a playroom when young families are staying here. It's at the back of the house and faces the backyard with a door there. Kids will come and go from that room to play in the yard or the tree house. Aaron just nodded. He didn't say much at all as they walked through the house and up the stairs to see the different rooms and bathrooms. 4 rooms have a private bathroom connected to them. There's 2 on this floor that share the one at the end of the hallway. Upstairs, there are 4 more rooms. 2 have private baths, the other 2 share like this one. That's a lot of plumbing. Stacey smiled. I remember when my parents and one of my uncles were here helping with the remodel. When they were finished, I asked my dad to put a private bathroom connected to my bedroom, but he just laughed at me. Could never figure out why until I got a little older and understood how much work it took to do something like that. I've helped on a few remodels and can't imagine doing something on this scale. How long did it take them? More than a year, I think. They didn't hire contractors or anything. Mostly did it themselves once all my aunts and uncles were married and moved out. It's a nice place for sure. I love it, Stacey said. I'm sure you'll grow to love it as well. She walked back down the hallway toward the staircase that would lead up to the 3rd floor or back to the main level. Before she could ask if he wanted to see the upper floor, she heard the door downstairs open. Stacey, Grandpa's voice called. You here? Upstairs, Stacey called. Your guy Aaron is here. Just giving him a tour. Wonderful, Grandpa called up. Bring him down so we can say hello, then I can put him to work. Stacey turned to Aaron. You ready for this? Yup, Aaron said. The sooner he puts me to work, the better. Stacey smiled. No wonder they hired you. That sounds just like what Grandpa would say. Aaron's complexion changed just a little. Not enough she thought it was a blush, but enough that she knew her words had meant something to him. As they walked down the stairs, Stacey just a few steps ahead of him, Grandpa Joe came around the corner and looked up the staircase. Good to see you made it, Aaron. Sorry we weren't here to meet you when you arrived. No worries, Aaron said. Stacey took good care of me. That's my girl, Grandpa said. Come in and meet Dee. Then I'll take over the rest of the tour and show you what kind of help I'll be needing first." As Erin disappeared with Grandpa, Stacey turned toward the laundry room to get back to her own jobs, but she couldn't get thoughts of Erin out of her head. He was quiet and reserved but confident in ways as well. Such a contradiction, and she found herself rather liking the idea of figuring him out a little more. Chapter 2. Erin followed along behind Grandpa Joe, taking mental notes on what the older man wanted him to do with the yard, driveway, fence line, weeds, trees, painting, and so on. They got in a little cart that was similar to a golf cart but had a small metal box set up in the back that held a shovel, rake, tree trimmers, and a few other tools. "This will be quicker to get around the full property. There's a lake not far from here that the guests like to go to. I need the trail trimmed and fixed up a bit to make it easier to get there." As they drove around, Erin was impressed with the size of Grandpa Joe's property and what he'd done to it already. It definitely needed some hard work put into it, but the setup was really nice and just needed some focused care to return it to its former glory. "Any particular order you want things completed in?" Erin asked as they headed back to the shed where Joe kept his cart. Grandpa nodded. "I think the front yard might need some work first, to make sure it looks appealing to the guests." Stacey managed to help Dee get the second part of the garden tilled so they could plant the next rotation, so for now, that part is all right. "We trimmed the trees when they were still dormant, but it won't be long before some of the fruit will be ripening. You'll have to help with the picking and hauling the boxes of fruit in. When Dee gets her group of women here to learn to bottle, you'll be really busy with moving cookers and pots and boxes." "No problem. The back area needs some good trimming. I wasn't able to get to all the undergrowth and it's gotten away from me. Let me show you where I keep the tools. I've got a small trailer that hooks up to this cart so I can move the larger tools to some of the places around the property. The riding lawn mower is still easy enough for me to manage that Dee doesn't argue with me when I use it. So, I'll take care of the lawns. You might have to do the trimming though." "Can do." Erin gave a low whistle of appreciation when they entered Grandpa Joe's shop. All kinds of tools hung on the walls or sat on shelves neatly arranged along the wall. Grandpa just smiled. "Dee keeps telling me I have enough tools. Then she keeps buying me something more every time I mention I need it. Makes her feel good, so I let her." Grandpa gave Erin a wink. Erin wandered around the workshop, looking at the different tools and thinking of the types of things he would need in the different projects Grandpa had for him to do. "I think you've probably got every tool needed for the jobs you have around here. That will make things easy to get going on it all." Grandpa moved over to the workbench and pointed out some of the hardware. "I got this for the fence out front. Let's go get started on that." A chime from behind made Grandpa Joe turn around and Erin looked back toward the house. Grandpa put the tool down. "Guess it'll have to wait. Dee and Stacey must have dinner done." "Already?" Erin asked. "We've been out here for a couple of hours." Erin looked at his watch, surprised to find that was true. The smell of freshly baked bread and savory meat reached his nose and his stomach growled in anticipation. He wasn't sure which he was looking most forward to, seeing Stacey or sitting down to the meal she'd prepared. When they reached the house and entered the kitchen, the smile Stacey gave him beat out the incredible sense of the meal. Food was something he had all the time. A kind and happy smile from someone like Stacey had been too long ago. Too bad he would have to come clean about himself eventually. He doubted he'd see the same kinds of smiles from her after that. He would enjoy it while he could. Tonight, the meal could be easy and comfortable. There was plenty of time for the truth later. Selfish though it was, he needed to feel normal and accepted for once. After he'd proved himself reliable here working for the Perrys, if she was still around later, he'd tell her then. Or maybe the Perrys would tell her, and he wouldn't have to see the look in her eyes when the truth came out. Stacey watched Erin more than any of the other guests at the table. There were only 4 other people there, an older couple on vacation and a newlywed couple that barely looked anywhere but at each other. While Grandma and Grandpa visited with the older couple, Stacey kept her attention on the table to make sure there was enough food as well as to check the needs of the guests. The newlyweds ate quickly and slipped away for a quiet walk, and while her grandparents and the other guests talked, it was easy enough to sneak glances at Aaron while he answered some of the questions the two men asked him about sports. He didn't seem as interested in it as Grandpa Joe, but knew enough to talk with them. Since sports was one of the least interesting things to Stacey, she began gathering the food dishes and slipped away into the kitchen. A quick glance back into the dining area revealed Aaron watching her, then he looked away and back to Grandpa Joe as if nothing had happened. Grandma and the other lady following behind her brought in more dishes and food items, so Stacey remained in the kitchen cleaning it up and putting things away for the night. Part of her wished she could go back into the other room and join the guests as they visited, but she'd promised her mother she'd head home early to help out with painting the kitchen cabinets. With a quick hug to Grandma, Stacey walked out the back door and took in a breath of the warm early summer air. Memories of her childhood surfaced, and she was happy to be back. She adjusted the strap of her purse over her shoulder as she walked around the side of the garage and nearly bumped into Aaron. "Sorry," he said. "Didn't see you there." "That's all right," Stacey said. "Need help moving your stuff in?" "Nah," Aaron nodded to the box in his hands. "This is the last one." "Where are they having you stay?" Stacey asked. "There's a room on the top floor all the way to the back." "Oh, right. That's where the housekeeper used to stay. It'll be the perfect place for you. Nice and quiet up there without a lot of other guests making noise or keeping you up." "Good to know." "Thanks. I'm glad you're here, Aaron," Stacey said. "You'll be good for Grandpa Joe." Aaron looked at her for a moment, his expression still too unreadable for her. A slow and gentle smile finally touched his lips. "Thanks, Stacey. I'm happy to help where I can." "Have a good night," Stacey said, giving a simple wave as she turned back toward the gravel driveway where her car was parked. "See you tomorrow." "Night." Aaron's soft, yet rumbling voice sent a shiver over her. It was a good thing she had to hurry off to help her mother, or she'd be tempted to stay and talk with Aaron all night long. She was really curious to know more about him and to find out why he was so different than most men she'd ever met. Chapter 3. A week later, Stacey brushed her hair out of her eyes as she stood in the kitchen rolling out a pie crust. A jar of home-canned pie filling was ready to put into the pie, making it a quick job. Once they were in the oven, Stacey would need to get started on the soup they'd be serving the guests tonight. As she lined one of the pans with the crust, Grandpa Joe walked into the kitchen followed by Aaron. The man looked good, even all dusty from whatever it was Grandpa had him fixing. He'd been at the inn for nearly a week now, and she hadn't seen him in person again since that first night. She'd seen him from a distance and had heard about all the work he'd been doing around the property, including driving the hour down to Emerald Cove to pick up more supplies and hardware that Grandpa needed for the repairs. Most nights, she'd had to take off early as soon as she'd helped Grandma get dinner started. Thank heavens Mom's painting spree had finally ended. Now she could help Grandma with the catch-up things she needed done here. "Hello, Stacey," Aaron said, his deep voice once again sending shivers down her arms. "Hi," Stacey said, lifting a flour-covered hand. Though she hadn't seen him close up lately, she definitely still hadn't been able to ignore him like she should have. She didn't need a distraction, especially one wrapped up in a nice package of good looks, polite charm, and a deep voice like his. So of course, every time Stacey saw Aaron, she got a little smattering of butterflies taking flight in her belly. She smiled and he dipped his head as he took off his cowboy hat like he always did when he entered the house. His hair was kept short, and she loved to see the shape of his masculine features. There weren't a ton of cowboys in North Carolina, and it was a treat to get an eyeful of him now and then in all his manly glory. Grandpa reached up with his good arm and grabbed 2 glasses from the cupboard, then handed them to Erin to fill with water. He gave her another smile as he passed, and she smiled back, though he didn't see it since he was focused on the sink for the moment. They hadn't had much time to talk since he'd first arrived. But she couldn't help noticing he looked in her direction almost as much as she looked at him whenever they were in the same area. Grandpa Joe had kept him busy getting caught up on all the little things he had been unable to do since his injury. The yard work alone took a few days to get back under control. "Erin, son, I'm not sure how we got by before without you." He took the offered glass of water and took a long drink. "I might have to hire you on full-time instead of just temporary if you keep this up. I'm gonna get used to taking things easy." Erin's perfectly sculpted mouth smiled a little as if he was pleased with the praise, but not sure how to respond. He avoided a reply by taking a long drink as well. "Feels nice to be out of that heat," Grandpa said. Stacey was more than a little happy at the fact she hadn't had to help out with all the outside work. Though she liked the area and how beautiful it was, making food was much more her style than mowing lawns and trimming trees. Of course, she'd helped plant a rotation of vegetables to help stretch out the harvest so not everything came at once. Erin had been there for part of that, and Stacey smiled at the memory of a shirtless Erin working a shovel to fix a spot for Grandma Dee while Stacey had watched from the kitchen kneading bread dough. He'd been so absorbed in the work that he hadn't noticed her watching him, allowing Stacey time to admire the tone of his muscles and see the strength in his arms. It had been a long time since she'd seen a man who had the build of honest hard physical labor instead of from a personal trainer in a high-end fitness center. There was an obvious difference in the results, something incredibly sexy and pure. Remembering the way he looked that day made it hard for her to keep her face cool and passive when he met her eyes now. He could have easily been a heartthrob starring in some blockbuster just from his looks, but she was glad he was there in the kitchen helping her grandpa instead. Every night after dinner, while Grandma and Grandpa helped her clean up the kitchen after the guests had turned in for the night, they raved about all the work he'd completed. She wondered if Grandpa was really serious about the job offer or if it was more a way of letting him know he'd done a good job. Grandpa patted him on the back, then moved over to the counter where Stacey was working. Apple pie, my favorite." Stacey chuckled. "You told me cherry was your favorite last night." "Pie is my favorite, sugar. I don't much care what's in it, as long as it's pie." "Well, good, then. 'Cause we serve it almost every night. Ain't I the luckiest man alive?" Grandpa Joe said, kissing her cheek before washing his hands at the sink. "Where's Grandma?" "She's swapping the laundry." "Thanks," Grandpa said as he walked out of the room, leaving Stacey and Erin alone. Stacey looked up to see Erin watching her as she folded the top crust onto the rolling pin and lifted it over the pie pan. His presence was comfortable instead of making her nervous, and that was always a good sign. She'd gotten pretty good at trusting her gut when it came to the guys she hung out with while she was trying to make it as an actress. "I always wondered how they got the top crust on." He rubbed his chin absently as he watched, making it hard to focus on his words instead of his face. "I used to do it by trying to hold it with my hands, but always ripped it. Then I watched Grandma do it once and it was like magic. No more ripped crusts." She started to pinch the 2 crusts together between her fingers to make the ruffled edges and smiled when Erin leaned closer to watch. "Have you been the one making all the meals here?" "Not all, but I've helped each night. I've done the pies though." Erin pulled one of the bar stools closer and sat on the edge of it as he watched. "I might have to second your grandpa and say the pies are my favorite. You've got a gift." "Thanks, but like I said, it's Grandma's teaching. She does classes on pie making every Saturday afternoon. Think I could take a class?" Erin asked. "Sure, but I still have another couple of pies to make. You could wash up, grab an apron from that nail in the pantry, and I'll let you help me with this next one." The idea of having Erin stay and work with her made her happy. Of course, it would probably be a little bit of torture too, being so close, but she was willing to suffer if it meant she could keep sneaking peeks at him. Really? Aaron asked. Sure, Stacey said. But just because they say, it's easy as pie, doesn't mean pie making's easy. Then why do they say that? Aaron asked. Stacey chuckled. I don't know. I asked Grandma the same thing and she said 'cause people are odd. Once Aaron had washed up and donned a ruffled apron, he stood next to her and asked, "What should I do?" Stacey smiled. "Well, first, let me take a picture of you in that apron, because man, you look hot." She added the last as a way to keep from embarrassing herself that she'd even let the thought in her head slip out. He was so unbelievably good-looking that even in an apron she wanted to wrap her arms around him and hold on tight. She'd been auditioning too much and reading too many cheesy scripts that she sometimes wondered if she'd broken her brain a little. "No way," Aaron said with his hands up. "Good thing you've got flour on your hands because I'm taking this off if you even think about grabbing your phone." Stacey chuckled. "You're safe. Here, come stand next to me and do what I do." "Wait, first, you gotta get another bowl. They're in that cupboard over there." Once he'd retrieved the bowl, she showed him how to measure out the right amount of shortening, flour, and salt, then break it up with the pastry cutter until the mixture was the right consistency. Now take a couple tablespoons of ice water at a time and mix it with your hands. You don't want to get it too mixed or it's not as flaky. She showed him how to mix it up and lifted the ball of pie dough for him to see the marble color of the shortening and flour. As he worked the water into his, she supervised and smiled up at him as he held it up for her inspection. "Great work. You're a natural. It's all because of my teacher." He bumped her shoulder with his arm in a friendly gesture, waking the butterflies again with his touch. She ducked her head, not wanting him to see her blush, and hid the motion in her reach for the rolling pin. "There's another rolling pin in this drawer," Stacey said, grabbing one out for him. She showed him how to dust it with flour and then the right way to break the dough in two and roll it out so it would be the right size and thickness for the pie. As she watched him work with his hands, she was impressed with his skills. She knew he was good at all the handiwork around the house, but here he was proving himself to be good in the kitchen too. "So, what brought you to the inn?" Stacey asked, glad there was a moment when they could talk. She was dying to know more about him. "Just felt like the right place to be to get my life back in order." He looked at her but didn't offer more. After a moment he said, "How about you? Why are you here?" She'd already told him she was there to help her grandparents, but she was sure he wasn't really asking that. And in the hope of putting him at ease and getting him to open up more about himself, she told him the real reason. "I couldn't cut it as an actress, so I came back home and ended up here." "How long did you try acting?" 2 years. "I got a couple of small parts, and some photo shoots, but it just wasn't as great as I thought it would be. Nothing like having the real world spit in your face and tell you it sucks to appreciate what you grew up with, I guess." Aaron nodded. "I hear ya. The real world is rough. I wish I could have stayed in Emerald Cove, but I guess you gotta go where your parents take you." "I didn't know you were from Emerald Cove," Stacey said. "Yeah, we moved about 10 or so years ago. Left in 8th grade. I'm cousins with Jesse and Chris Burr." "Really?" Stacey asked. "Were you the same age?" "Jesse was in my graduating class, and I think Chris was a couple of years older than him." "No, I'm 2 years older than Chris. We'd come visit a lot in the summer to get away from the influx of tourists that always made Emerald Cove so busy." "Ah, so I was still in elementary when your family left in North Carolina." She finished rolling out her crust and then put the bottom part into the next pan. "Did you ever come visit in the summers after you moved?" "No, unfortunately. That was the busiest time at my uncle's ranch. We went to Emerald Cove a couple of times because it's where my mom grew up, but once her parents passed away, we didn't go back much. I'm sorry, Stacey said. I can't imagine losing my grandparents. I hope they live forever. With how spry your grandpa is, I wouldn't doubt there's a lot of years left in both of them. I hope so, Stacey said. It's a good thing you're here now to keep him from overdoing things. Right, Erin joked. Grandpa Joe has more energy than most people I know. He's practically running circles around me. Grandma too, Stacey said. Every evening we get talking about what's on the schedule for the next day and I just wonder how she does it. Erin gave her an appraising look. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact you're here doing all the pie making. Must be, Stacey said. 'Cause as you can see, it's pretty intensive work. She gave a dramatic sigh and pretended to wipe her brow with the back of her hand. Then she passed him an empty pie tin so he could put the bottom of the crust in as well. Erin was a quick study and managed to put it in without ripping it, then nodded at the pie crust. How's this look? Perfect, Stacey said. Now to get the filling ready. Isn't the stuff in the bottle all you need? For the apple it is, but this one's going to be raspberry pie. I might die and go to heaven, Erin said, making Stacey smile at his enthusiasm. I hope not, Stacey said. I don't want anyone's death blamed on my pie. She touched his nose with her floured fingers, then moved toward the sink to wash up before prepping the berry mix. Before she reached the sink, Erin retaliated by wiping flour across her cheek. Fair's fair. You want to make it fair? Stacey asked, reaching up to smear more flour across his face and into his hair, but he stopped her hand before she got more than a teasing hint of the shape of his skull. He held her hand against his chest and used his other hand to touch her forehead before his fingers gently caressed her cheek. He paused with his knuckles and thumb resting gently under her chin. They stood frozen like that for long moments, staring at each other before they looked at each other's lips, then she found herself looking back into his eyes. He cleared his throat softly, waking her to the reality that they hardly knew each other, and she pulled back a little, wishing she dared kiss him instead, but it wasn't the right time. She needed to know him better. Erin let go of her hand and she wiped at her cheek, wondering how much flour had stuck. Sorry, she offered. Truce. Truce, Erin agreed after a long moment. Stacey almost wished he'd insisted on keeping it going because she would have loved an excuse to touch him again. Erin didn't know exactly what happened, but he wished it hadn't ended. He'd never intended to flirt with her, it had all felt so comfortable as they talked in the kitchen. Then when she offered to let him help with making a pie, he jumped at the chance to stay and visit. He missed being able to talk to people, and she made it so easy to open up and act normal. And since she didn't know about his past, she didn't judge him or look down on him. He hoped he hadn't ruined the easy friendship they'd just started to explore. He watched her as she cleaned up, then gathered the ingredients for the pie filling. Grab that bucket of sugar, would ya? She asked without any hint of discomfort. He looked where she pointed and grabbed the bucket out of the open pantry, bringing it close. We'll need 2 scoops. Just sprinkle it on top of the berries. He did as she asked and returned the sugar to its spot. Are these raspberries from their patch? Yup, Stacey said. I picked them this morning. They finished assembling the pies, and when she put them in the oven she wiped her hands on her apron. Good work, Erin. You've passed this part of the class. But we'll have to see what Grandpa Joe says about your final exam. Can I help with dinner? Erin asked. Stacey put one hand on her hip, bringing his attention to her soft curves. You trying to take my job, boy? Erin chuckled. No chance they'd replace you. I just want to help, if you'll let me. He didn't want to leave the kitchen just yet. He couldn't really put his longing to stay there into clear thoughts, he just knew he hoped she'd let him stay. Stacey's lip turned up in a smile on one side. How about you wash the pie-making dishes while I get the soup started? On it, boss. He smiled when her eyes widened in surprise. He'd always enjoyed washing dishes with his mom when he was little, and coming back to his roots felt good. Of course, he'd hated doing the dishes when he'd worked in a restaurant as a teen, but this was something different. He hadn't been happy about much of anything as a teen. Now, he'd do whatever she asked. Any excuse to stay and visit with Stacey was great in his eyes. They lapsed back into a comfortable conversation, and she told him stories about some of the movie sets she'd been on as an extra and the funny things the stars had done on set. He told her of some of the odd jobs he'd had as a teen while he tried to figure out how much he should tell her about the last couple of years. He didn't want to spring it on her and make her clam up on him for fear he was no good, but he knew if he kept his secret too long, she'd wonder why he hadn't been honest with her from the start. He'd never really cared much of what a woman thought of him while he was in the middle of the mess he'd made of his life. Now that he'd cleaned up and paid for his sins, he didn't want to lay it all out to be seen by this interesting woman he'd found. Before he got up the courage to tell her another story of his life, two of the guests at the bed and breakfast returned from their day trip and peeked in the kitchen to see when dinner would be ready. "Give us about another half hour, then listen for the dinner bell," Stacey said. "We've got chicken soup and rolls and 2 kinds of pie for dessert." "Sounds fabulous," the woman said and disappeared. Stacey turned to him. "Thanks for all your help today. Made it go by much quicker and was tons of fun. You can come cook with me any time you want." "Thanks, Stacey," Aaron said. "I'll come as often as I can." He just hoped it would be daily if possible. It all depended on how busy Grandpa Joe kept him. As they sat down to dinner, Stacey found herself sitting next to Aaron and across from one of the guests. The dinner table was large enough to fit a dozen, but most times they only had around 6 or 7 people. Tonight, there were 2 couples along with Grandma, Grandpa, Aaron, and herself. The conversation was easily led by Grandma Dee, who had a knack for putting anyone at ease. Stacey listened quietly as she ate her meal, and when Aaron leaned closer to whisper to her, she felt warm and fuzzy inside. "This soup is delicious. I'm extra curious if you have a secret ingredient to make it so fantastic, since I didn't get to see what you put in it." "Not with my hands in the sink the whole time. No secrets. Or at least none that I can tell." Stacey winked at him, and he smiled. She was very aware of how close he was and liked the way it felt. She hoped he wouldn't move too far away when they were done talking. "So how about the 2 of you?" the woman across from them asked. "How did you 2 meet?" Stacey looked up in surprise, not realizing the conversation had changed. Aaron sat up straighter but didn't pull away, making Stacey feel even more interested in him. If he wasn't shocked by the question, maybe he felt something as well. She looked to Aaron to see what she could read in his eyes and caught the expressions on her grandparents' faces from the side of her vision. Grandma Dee just smiled like she thought it was cute. Grandpa chuckled. "These 2 aren't together." The way he ended the sentence made it almost sound like he was leaving something out. "Stacey is our granddaughter and Aaron is the son of a friend. He's here helping around the property while my arm heals up." "Oh, I'm sorry," the woman said. "You 2 just looked like a couple." Aaron spoke, relieving her of the need to answer. "Not sure if I could ever be so lucky." Aaron looked at her, then back to the woman. "You know, Stacey is the one who made dinner tonight. Whoever gets treated to her cooking would be a blessed man indeed." Pleasure at his words touched her heart, and she smiled at the comments of appreciation of her meal. Though she'd never based her worth on her homemaking skills, it was nice to be recognized for something she'd worked hard at learning. "I wish I could cook like this," one of the ladies said. Grandma Dee smiled. "I do classes on home cooking every week. You're welcome to join us and see how it's done." "Really?" the woman asked. "I would love to see the live version." I try watching TV shows on cooking or following the cookbooks, but if I make a mistake, there is no one to ask how to fix it. When do you start? As Grandma Dee laid out the specifics, Stacey looked at Aaron again. She wished they could have just talked, the two of them alone, instead of with everyone else. She wanted to learn more about him and what made him tick. She didn't really know much about him other than the fact he knew how to do all kinds of odd jobs around the place. But why wasn't someone with his personality and good looks off in some big city doing something like running a business or being a doctor or lawyer or something? When the meal was done, everyone stacked their dishes and Stacey reached to pick them up. "Let me help," Aaron said, "then bring in the pies, will ya?" Grandpa Joe asked. "Sure thing, Grandpa." Stacey gave Aaron a gentle nudge with her arm. We'll get to see how well Aaron's first attempt turned out. When they got the pies out and dished up with a side of ice cream, Aaron looked a little nervous as Grandpa took the first bite. Stacey knew it was a good pie. She'd seen him follow every step just right and the visual presentation looked perfect. When Grandpa sighed with pleasure, everyone at the table smiled and took a forkful as well. "Praise to the pie maker," Grandpa Joe said. "We've got another winner on our hands." Aaron chuckled and took a bite and Stacey bumped his shoulder. Any reason to touch him, it seemed. "To keep it light," Stacey said, "good work." "Thanks, Teach. Glad I didn't disappoint." "I doubt you'd ever disappoint." Aaron's expression dimmed a little and she wondered what that was about. "So, Aaron," one of the ladies said. "How hard was this to learn?" "I've never made a pie before. Always buy them frozen, but this is so amazing I kinda want to try it on my own." "It was easy as pie," Aaron said and winked at Stacey, making her laugh. Chapter 4. Aaron helped wash up the dishes while Stacey dried and put them away. It was fun to just be with her and he wanted to extend their time a little longer once the kitchen was clean. "You feel like going for a walk with me?" Aaron asked. "Sure." Stacey tucked the dish towel back onto the oven handle. "Where to?" "I figured it might be kind of nice to walk around the lot. Maybe I could show you some of the things Grandpa Joe wanted me to do." "Oh, you need to brag about all your work, huh?" Stacey grinned. "Now I get it." "Yeah, that's me," Aaron said. "I'm all about the praise." It was kind of fun to tease back and forth with her. She wasn't like most girls he'd known. She seemed fun and friendly without the concern of whether or not they would end up wanting to date each other. She seemed safe and he liked that. Nothing that intimidated him or made him want to act like someone he wasn't. And knowing she was the granddaughter of his boss made him keep his mind and attention all on the friendly side. Though lately, that had gotten more and more difficult to maintain. He hadn't been there long, but every evening, he had been invited to join them for dinner and it had been nice to just visit and get to know them. But he wanted a chance to have her to himself for a bit. "Hope the moon will be bright enough tonight," Stacey said. "I guess I could grab some flashlights." She reached up into the cupboard above the huge refrigerator and pulled out 2. "For just in case the sun sets all the way before we're done seeing all your hard work." The fresh, cool air of the evening livened him up and he felt clean and peaceful. A sensation he was beginning to love. So different than how he'd spent his nights not long ago, locked up with the lights out. "I love the wide-open freedom out here." Stacey hummed her agreement. "Me too. LA was so crowded, and it took me forever to get used to being there. I really didn't feel bad about leaving it at all when I decided to come home. Which is funny because when I first left Greenville, I didn't think I'd ever want to come back. I was mad when my parents made us leave Emerald Cove," Aaron said. "I loved being close to the ocean and hated Wyoming for the longest time. It was so different and unfamiliar. Couldn't believe my dad had convinced my mom to leave the coast for the ranch life he'd grown up with. I'll bet moving right before high school would be tough. I would have been livid if my parents had taken me away from my core group of friends at that age. Yeah, Aaron said. I was kind of a jerk to my parents and gave them a hard time at first. But if truth were told, he gave them a hard time long after the first year. The memories of his selfishness and embarrassing behaviors stung, and he had to remind himself he was working through it. One day at a time. One right choice after another. Did you embrace the cowboy life? Stacey asked. A little, after a while. Most kids I spent time with didn't have a whole lot to do with farming or ranching. So, at school, I had one image, at home I had another. I did discover I loved the horses, and decided the cowboy hat was pretty handy while on the ranch. You wear it well, Stacey said. I mean, you don't seem to be faking it when you wear it. Like it really fits your personality. Thanks, Aaron said softly, tempted to reach up and touch the hat but managed to stop himself from the nervous response. He'd tried to fit into different groups in high school, finally ending up with the wrong ones. He'd done almost everything he could to push his family away, but they always stayed there for him no matter what he did. The hat eventually became something he felt tied him to his family. His uncle, who was an honest-to-goodness cowboy, had been a hard-working man who'd helped teen Aaron understand that not everything revolved around him. When Aaron had cleaned up his act and decided he wanted to be the best kind of man he could be, it just seemed natural to try to emulate his uncle and father. What did you miss most about home while you were there in LA? Aaron asked, wanting to get his thoughts away from his past. They walked slowly along the trail that led to the open field that had long ago been cotton. Probably the stars at night. When I first got home after my long 3-day drive, I pulled into my parents' driveway and just leaned against the car, staring at the sky. My parents came out after a bit because they'd heard me pull up but thought I'd fallen or something since I took so long to come in. I used to love sleeping under the stars, Aaron said. We would all take our blankets and sleeping bags and pillows and pile onto Chris's trampoline and talk until the middle of the night. I could never get to sleep until all the others had stopped moving, so I spent a lot of time looking up at the stars. We did that too, Stacey said. All of my cousins would come visit the inn during the summers when Grandma and Grandpa hosted cousins' camp. I think we all slept outside more than inside. My favorite place was the tree house. Have you seen it yet? No, I don't think so. Stacey clicked her tongue. That's a shame. You need to see it sometime for sure. Wanna go check it out with me on our way back to the house? Sure, Aaron said. All right. So, what are you going to show me first? Stacey asked. Well, I'm sure you've noticed the cleanup in the yard area. We cut down a bunch of the vines that had overgrown some of the trees. Then he had me fix his riding mower so he could take care of the grass. But that long fence line along the driveway had to be painted. You painted the whole thing? Stacey asked, the awe in her voice making him feel extra proud. Even though he'd gone along with her teasing about needing to show her his work, he was actually pleased she seemed truly interested in what he'd done. No one, apart from his family, really cared much about what he did. It was nice to have a genuine friend like her. Yes, ma'am, Aaron said. Then tomorrow, he wants me to paint the front porch. Hoping I can get it done while the guests are out exploring. That way they won't have to worry about the wet paint. They could always come in the back way. Aaron nodded. But that would have them in your way. Unless you need to capture the guests in order to get them to help you make dinner. If that's the case, just let me know. I'll take extra time. Nah, Stacey said. I don't make everyone who comes in the kitchen help me. Just the ones Grandpa can't stop talking about. Your grandparents are great people. They have been amazing to work for and I really appreciate them hiring me. They're glad you're here. So am I. She paused a moment and Aaron wondered if she was going to admit being interested in him, but instead, she added, "'Cause if you hadn't painted the fence, I would have been roped into it." Painting's fun, Aaron said. I've been helping my mom repaint her kitchen and we finally finished it last night. That was enough for me. Doing the fence doesn't sound fun at all. Aaron smiled. Well then, I'm glad I saved you from that. Me too, Stacey said, squeezing his arm for a moment as they walked. There's a lot of land here, Aaron said. Is all of this your grandparents'? Yes, they've got around 100 acres. A lot of it is trees, but some open spaces like this could have something built on it, but I hope it stays wide open. When Grandpa used to have his horses, we would just love going for rides out here. And though he doesn't own it, there's a small lake that borders his land. So, we used to go play in the water or swim. Sometimes we'd even take out a small boat and do some fishing. Sounds like the perfect spot. Makes for a good bed and breakfast location. I think they wanted to make it bigger, but it didn't ever work out. Stacey seemed lost in thought for a moment. They continued walking until the sun had set completely, leaving only enough light to see to walk home. Let's go find that tree house, Stacey said as they neared the wide-open lawn area close to the house. He followed her around the side of the house and into the section of the property that had a bunch of trees. That's the one. Stacey paused in front of the tree and looked at the ladder. Wonder if it's safe to climb up. Aaron looked it over and the two of them tested the ladder by pulling at the rungs. Seems sturdy enough here, Aaron said. I'm going to climb up. Catch me if I fall. She glanced at him but started climbing before he answered. He hoped she wouldn't fall, but prepared himself just in case. When her feet disappeared over the edge of the tree house base, she turned around and looked down. Looks safe to me. Come on up. Aaron smiled and climbed up after her, feeling like a little kid again. It had been ages since he'd been in a tree, and he loved the thrill that came from doing something so simple. When he reached the top, he could barely see Stacey sitting with her back to the far wall and her legs crossed in front of her, looking like a little kid. The ceiling of the tree house was too low for him to stand, so he crawled forward. She watched him for a moment, her expression hidden in the darkness, and he didn't want to shine his flashlight on her face, but he felt her gaze more than saw it. We couldn't ever really see the stars from here, but you can see all of the backyard out that window, and from the other window, you can see the horse barn and the pasture. One of my favorite things was to sit up here in the night and watch the fireflies when they came out. I could totally see myself playing all kinds of games with cousins, Aaron said as he got situated next to her, his arm touching hers from the shoulder down. Cops and robbers, dragons and knights, stuff like that. We did it all the time. Only had a couple of boy cousins, most of us were girls, so we'd play the stuff where they'd have to save us from dragons. One of my cousins had long blonde hair and she always insisted on being Rapunzel. We left her up here a few times, but she was fine with that. Said it made it even more real since she was trapped in the tower all alone. I'll bet you loved being so close. I did. I'd get to see Grandma Dee and Grandpa Joe all the time since our house is only 5 miles down the road. But when they hosted Cousins Camp, it was like the best thing ever. That week I got to sleep over and not have to go home to do my chores or anything. And Grandma would make popcorn almost every night and we'd watch movies out there on the back wall of the house before we all zonked out on the lawn or the tramp or up here in the tree house. Man, it was so much fun. Kinda makes me wish I could go back to being a kid. She leaned her head against his shoulder, making his heart race a little. He loved the feel of her next to him, but she was acting so comfortable he wasn't sure what her feelings were. He couldn't tell if she was flirting, or just thought he was a friend, so he sat still, enjoying her nearness. He didn't want to do anything that would ruin this growing friendship by moving too fast. There was plenty of time. He now knew better than to just act without thinking things through. I hear ya, Aaron said. Might make a few different choices if I could do it all again. Like what? Stacey asked. Oh, try to do better at school. Not skip so many classes. Pick better friends. I'm sorry your high school experience wasn't so good. Yeah, me too. Most of it was my own fault, but it's over and I'm moving on. He looked out the window and watched a few headlights far in the distance as they drove down the winding road toward Greenville. He almost hoped she'd ask another question so he could breach the subject of his past bad choices. Instead, she moved away. I wonder if our little book is still in here. She crawled to the right side of the room where a little wooden box bench Saturday. Can you hold the flashlight for me? She asked after turning it on and pointing it at the little combination lock. He took the flashlight, loving how the slight touch of her hand against his felt so soft. She paused only a moment as if trying to remember the combination, then twisted it and pulled. Yes, she exclaimed. I can't believe I remembered it. Aaron smiled at her enthusiasm. She opened the top with only a minor creaking of the hinges. He held the flashlight up so she could see inside. Stacey reached in and moved a few things around, making Aaron curious, so he got closer, feeling bulky and awkward in the tiny room, but when she turned to him with a giant smile on her face, the awkwardness left, and he leaned closer to look at her book. We used to write all our secrets in here. Each one of us had a little section and we could write something, then anyone else could either commiserate with us or offer us advice. He caught a few little scrawlings written in childlike handwriting as she flipped through the pages. Look, here's one of mine. I'm gonna be an actress. I'm gonna make millions and be so rich. I will have my own plane and I will never have to worry about money again. I'll buy anything I want and no one can tell me what to do. He looked up at her. Did you worry about money a lot, growing up? Stacey chuckled. Not really. My parents weren't poor or anything, but with 4 kids and all of us wanting all the cool stuff, she shrugged. I thought if my parents were richer, I could have what I wanted whenever I wanted it. I was just a selfish kid. But the more I think of it now, the more I'm happy to just have what I need. Do you still want to pursue acting? Aaron asked. I don't know. A little bit of me still wishes I was there. Giving it my all. But after being inside that world, seeing it for what it really is, everything lost its magic. I can't watch a movie or TV show anymore without seeing everything that went into making it. I see the actors as acting instead of believing them to be the characters they are trying to portray. I miss the innocence. Aaron nodded. I guess that would really ruin it. Like how Christmas, Easter, and Halloween are no longer as magical. Stacey smiled up at him. Exactly. The magic is gone. I miss that. It would be nice if we could keep things how they used to be. But only the good stuff. None of that growing up stuff that was always so hard. Just the fun and excitement in everything. What? You don't want to go through puberty and high school again? Nope. Do you? Stacey asked, looking up at him. No way. In fact, I mostly prefer to not even think much about it. Sounds like it was tough for you. Aaron shrugged. I guess I learned a lot though. Dumb choices kinda force some hard life lessons. I think I'll just keep moving forward and try not to do any repeats of my less than stellar choices. It was the perfect opportunity to explain some of those choices, but he couldn't bring himself to admit it. Not yet. He wished he knew when and how to explain what he'd done. Great idea, Stacey said. Though I don't regret going to LA since I learned a lot, it would have been nice to know beforehand what it would have been like so I could have decided whether to even do it in the first place. No crystal balls in real life, Aaron said. Stacey nodded and looked down at the book, then closed it and put it back inside the bench. Of course, there is a lot to say about lessons learned and all that. And if we knew what things would be like before we even made a choice, it would make things a lot less interesting. Aaron considered that for a moment. He'd learned plenty of life lessons. Some were harder than others, and though he agreed he'd become a better person because of them, he still doubted he would have made some choices if he'd known what he'd go through. Then again, didn't all the anti-drug and drinking slogans in school basically spell it out anyway? Maybe some people had to experience it the hard way. She turned and met his eyes. "Come sit with me on the edge." Without waiting for him to agree, she crawled over to the railing where the ladder was and dangled her feet over the edge. He joined her and put his legs over as well. She took his hand and squeezed it, then rested their joined hands on his leg. "Thanks for letting me reminisce." "My pleasure," Aaron said, happy she felt comfortable enough to share and sit so close. The hand-holding didn't feel flirtatious or anything, just friendly and accepting. Exactly what he needed right now. But underneath it, he knew there was potential. Something that could grow and become more if things worked out right. They sat in silence for a while, looking past the house and over the property. After a minute or two she whispered, "A falling star. Make a wish." He caught the tail end of it and smiled. If he could have one wish, it would be to know how to not mess up this new thing with Stacey. There was something about her he really wanted, needed, in his life. Maybe adding a little bit of a prayer would help him. Aaron thought of his maker, the one who had helped him clean up the mess he'd made of his life with the drugs and alcohol, and prayed he would help him know what to do with Stacey. Aaron let go of her hand and wrapped his arm around her back, pulling her closer to him. When she nestled herself against him, the warmth in his chest built to the point he wondered if she'd be able to feel the heat radiating off him. Stacey loved the way it felt to sit with Aaron. Part of her, a huge part, wanted to reach up and kiss him. But it didn't feel right. At least not yet. They sat in comfortable silence for another few minutes, just looking out at the night sky. Before long, the back door of the inn opened up and Stacey could see Grandma Dee's silhouette in the open door. "Stacey. You out there?" "Yeah, Grandma." Stacey shouted back. "Okay, just checking. Heading to bed and wanted to know you were still alive." Aaron laughed beside her, the rumble from his chest bubbling through her. "Yup. I'm not dead. Need me to do anything before I head home?" "Nope, I'll see you in the morning." "Love ya." "You too." Stacey hollered. "Sleep well." "Grandpa too." "Yup." Grandma Dee hollered as she turned around and closed the door of the house. "Man, your grandparents are fun," Aaron said, still chuckling. "Aren't they though? Do you have to get home?" Aaron asked. Stacey sighed and glanced at her phone to check the time. "Probably should. Grandma needs me here in the mornings pretty early to help get the breakfast stuff out." "What does Grandpa have planned for you tomorrow besides the painting of the front porch?" He was talking about fixing up some of the fences of the pastures. He said he hadn't done anything on them since he'd had to sell his last horse. Stacey smiled, remembering the fun they'd had with a couple of calm horses they'd been able to ride as kids. "Is he thinking of getting horses again?" "I don't know for sure, but he wanted me to check into what it would take to get the fences done." Aaron said. I'll have to ask him tomorrow. That would be so much fun to get some horses. I haven't ridden one in like 10 years. Then you'd better get on one again soon. They are amazing." "You have any horses?" Stacey asked. Aaron shook his head. "Not anymore. I had to sell mine." The way he ended the sentence with finality made her wonder what the reason behind it was, but she didn't feel it was appropriate to ask for details. "Then hopefully they do get horses again. I think it would be a big draw to the place. They could offer all kinds of options. With the lake not far from here, they could have boating and fishing and swimming activities as well as the horseback riding." She moved away from Aaron and started to work her way down the ladder. Aaron waited till she'd reached the bottom before climbing down after her. Thoughts of all the fun things she'd done as a child bubbled up to the surface. If they could make the area around her grandparents' property all fixed up and open to visitors and group activities, they could have a full-on summer camp and even do some winter activities nearby. She'd have to talk with her grandparents in the morning. "Do you have plans to go anywhere else soon?" Stacey asked, looking up into his eyes. "Like leave Greenville or move back down to Emerald Cove?" "Nothing immediate." "Why?" "'Cause I have some ideas about what they could do with this place, and I wanted to know if I could count on you to help out before I offer up your handyman services." Aaron smiled. "I'm game. Just let me know what you need me to do." Stacey stood on tiptoes and kissed his cheek. He was warm and smelled incredible. The feel of the late-day scruff against her own skin sent pleasant shivers down her side. "Thanks," she said, hoping it didn't sound as breathless as she felt. "I'll need to actually do some serious thinking and planning, but I want to do something like a summer camp, and a winter activity place all tied up with this bed and breakfast as well as some other stuff. I just think they could really do something awesome here. Especially since tourists all flock to Emerald Cove already and it's not that far away. It wouldn't take much to get some attention up here for people looking for something new. Can you join us for a planning meeting tomorrow sometime?" "Absolutely," Aaron said, grinning at her as if she was on to something. She really hoped she was. She'd never felt this excited about anything in a long time. Not even when she'd gotten her first bit part in a single television episode. "Okay, see you tomorrow." She hurried off to her car before she was tempted to grab him in a hug and a real kiss in all her excitement. Chapter 5. Once all the guests had gone out for the day, doing their own things, and the first coat of paint was done, Stacey ushered her grandparents and Aaron into the kitchen and sat them at the table. "All right, hear me out first, before you say anything, but after talking with Aaron last night about all the fun things we used to do here as kids, I had some ideas." Stacey began listing off all the possibilities and watched her grandparents' faces. With Aaron sitting right next to her, she wanted to reach for his hand but instead picked up the paper she'd had it all plotted out on. She handed the paper to her grandparents to look over and waited as patiently as she could. Her grandparents smiled at each other, and hope blossomed in Stacey's chest. "You know, we wanted to do something like that before, but could never really get it off the ground," Grandpa Joe said. "Only made it so far as to get this set up as a bed and breakfast before old age started to catch up with us. So do you think it could really work?" Stacey asked. "I think you've got some awesome ideas," Grandma Dee said. "More than we had, and I think maybe a little too much for us to start with, but if we begin slow and add them on one by one, in a few years, we could really have your whole vision up and running." "What would we need to do first to get it going?" Aaron asked. "I'm here for as long as you'll keep me and can do all the outside work and fix up." Stacey looked over at Aaron, glad he was willing to be here. Not just for his manual labor, either. She wanted a chance to get to know him better. Grandpa leaned back in his chair and took a sip of his mug. "I think bringing in some horses again would be one of the biggest draws. People love horses, but just can't afford to have their own. If we had options for horseback riding lessons, and other options for taking longer rides up to the waterfalls and around the lake, we could get people up here no worries. We'd thought about putting in a small dock where our property meets the lake," Grandma Dee added. "Where we could have some little boats docked there. I've seen one over on the other side and I don't think it would be too hard to do one here." "How are you at building, Aaron?" Grandpa asked. "I can do a fair bit, but I know others who can do more. I can reach out to them and find out what they would charge or even get some details on what it would take if you wanted a do-it-yourself kind of thing." "Oh, I'm not building it myself," Grandpa Joe chuckled. "Dee and I have some money saved up that we were going to use on this before we got too old. Had thought we might just end up splitting it among the kids. Now I'm thinking about changing my mind." He looked over at Grandma and she nodded. No one needs an inheritance anyway, Grandma said. Besides, the kids all talked about how great it would be to expand this, but none of them could actually help see it all the way through. If you two will be our arms and legs and do all the grunt work, I think it would be wonderful to see what we can make of this place. You sure all the aunts and uncles aren't gonna come after me for putting you on this path? Stacey asked. We won't tell them it was your idea. 'Cause honestly, we'd thought about it before. But I love the vision you have for the place. Grandma reached over and gave her hand a little squeeze. So, check with your contact about the building of a dock, and maybe even a little boathouse to store the equipment. Got it, Aaron said. I also have a friend who might be interested in caring for the horses if you need something like that. He might even have a couple of his own he would be willing to bring with him if he could house them here. That might work. I don't think I could manage the horses like I used to, but I wanted to get a couple of them on my own anyway. Aaron and Grandpa Joe scooted closer together to go over the details about the horses and what they might need to get things going that way, while Stacey and Grandma Dee looked at the other things on her list. If we started offering classes on cooking and baking and bottling, I think you'd probably get a lot of people interested. You saw how that lady was when we were talking about making food. People miss the quiet and the simplicity of the past, and I know a lot of people would pay good money to come try it out. You could also offer classes on quilting and everything you've always done. Really? Grandma Dee asked. You think people would want to come learn the things I could never get my own kids to embrace? All your kids still learned it, and they are happy to have it now. They just didn't want to do it as kids, Grandma. No one wants to work when they're kids. But you get parents up here while their kids are playing with horses or doing the kinds of things we did at Cousin's Camp, and I'll bet the parents will be all over the lessons you can teach. Grandma Dee smiled. I don't think you're ever gonna be allowed to leave me if you get me started on this. I'm gonna need a right-hand woman to run all the planning and details and the advertising. But I'm all for the idea of teaching. She pulled Stacey into a warm hug. Glad you thought of this. Stacey would need to bring her parents into the conversation to make sure everything sounded legit. Her father had a lawyer friend who would be able to help her look into the rules and regulations the town of Greenville required, then double-check the county regulations. She would have to get paperwork and applications in, but the excitement her grandparents and even Aaron showed at the idea made it easy to believe things would work out great. Aaron turned on his phone and looked at the phone number his father had given him for his buddy Eric. It had been a while since he'd talked to him, but Eric had always been a pretty easygoing kind of guy. With the summary Aaron's dad gave him about what Eric had been up to lately, and from what he knew about Eric's easygoing personality, Aaron doubted the other man would judge. Taking a slow, deep breath, Aaron punched in the numbers and hit send, hoping Eric would be interested. This is Eric, he answered on about the fourth ring. Hey Eric, it's Aaron. Aaron Murray. Aaron. Eric said with enthusiasm. It's been a long time. How are you? You out yet? About 6 months now. Nice. How are you adjusting to the real world again? Took a bit, Aaron admitted. But things are good now. I came back to North Carolina. Got a job working as a handyman at a bed and breakfast, and I have a few questions for you. Shoot, Eric said. The people I'm working for are looking at expanding their options here. Things like offering some horse riding lessons and the like. They've got a pretty nice spread and some room for adding horses. He's just getting past his prime and can't take care of the horses like he wants to. So, he asked me to check around. Sounds interesting, Eric said. So, what kind of things would I need to do? Would I be caring for all the horses? Do I need to teach kids how to ride? What kind of pay? Those are all things we'd still need to hash out, and if you'd like, we could get Joe on the phone with us to talk it over. I just wanted to see if you were interested at all. Yeah, I'm interested. Check with this Joe guy and get back to me. I've been looking into getting away from the rodeo for a while now. I'm tired of all the drama involved lately. Dad told me a bit about what you've been through. Well, I guess that's what happens when you put your sights on a barrel racer that is too high and mighty. Eric gave a self-deprecating chuckle, then after a brief pause asked, "So are there any women there that are gonna mess up my life even worse than it is?" "No," Aaron said slowly. "At least I hope not." Oh, Eric said. "You got your eye on one." "Not sure," Aaron admitted. "She's the granddaughter of the couple I work for." "Run away, Aaron," Eric laughed. "That's dangerous territory. Hey, just because you fell for your boss's daughter, doesn't mean I'm gonna end up in the same mess." "I hope not," Eric said. "I surely hope not. Call me when you have more information. I'll see what it would take for me to quit here. I think even if this thing with you doesn't work out, it's time for me to move on. I enjoyed working with you at your uncle's place a while back. I'm glad you thought of me. I'll be in touch soon. And good luck." Aaron hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Eric was still a great guy. It would be good to have him here to work with. The further he could get away from that drama rodeo queen, the better. Now to go check with Grandpa Joe and let him know Eric was interested. The sooner they could get him here, the sooner the horse lessons could start. When Aaron returned to the house, he walked up the front steps, happy to see the paint job had turned out so well. The house was a beauty, and though it was rather old, had been kept in pretty good repair. He opened the door and checked throughout the house where Grandpa Joe was usually found, but it was empty. Including the kitchen. He'd half expected to see Stacey in there working on something, but instead, he was met with silence. He wandered to the back door and caught the faint sound of music as if from a radio. He turned toward the music and wasn't surprised to see Stacey singing along to a popular song. Instead of wearing headphones like most people did, she just had the speakers up as loud as they could go on her phone's music app as it peeked out of her back pocket. Stacey's cute backside was toward him as she worked in the garden, picking out a few little weeds as she pulled string beans off their vines that were wound through some twine and tossed them into a bucket before going after more. She leaned back while still on her knees during a dramatic part of the song, belting it out with all the power of a rock star on stage, and swung her arms to the side, one hand still holding a fistful of string beans. As the song came to a crescendo, she hit the notes perfectly with the musician and then took a bow to an invisible audience before dropping the beans into the bucket she had as the next song began playing. "Bravo," Aaron said, and Stacey squealed in surprise as she spun around, almost falling to the side since she was on her knees. "Holy smokes, you scared me. How long were you there?" She pulled her phone out of her pocket and turned off her music. "I caught the finale," Aaron said. "You've got an incredible voice." Her cheeks flushed beautifully at his compliment, and she smiled. "Thanks. And you're a natural performer. I can see why you'd enjoy acting." "Too bad it didn't work out, huh?" Stacey said. "Yeah, sad for you, I suppose, but your grandparents are really glad you're here. Besides, if you were still in LA, I wouldn't have met you. Guess there's a silver lining in everything." She smiled sweetly, then turned back to her bucket and picked it up before standing to walk toward him. "Did you need something?" Stacey asked. "I was looking for Grandpa Joe. Have you seen him? Grandma and Grandpa ran into town. Said they needed to get some things from the store." She lifted the bucket of beans. "I need to get these in and washed. Walk with me." "Sure," Aaron said, offering to take the bucket from her. She shook her head and kept hold of it. "Did they say when they'd be back?" "Anything wrong?" Stacey asked, slowing down just a little as she looked at him, concern in her eyes. "Oh no. Not at all. I just got off the phone with my friend who owns the horses. He's interested but wants to know more." "Awesome," Stacey said. Think we can pull this off? Aaron nodded. I think there's a pretty good chance. They already have a lot of the groundwork laid. And if they go slow, building it up year by year, this will be one of the biggest tourist locations in the area. I hope so, Stacey said. I have so many wonderful memories tied to this place. I'd love for others to have a chance to make some themselves. She walked up the few back steps and Aaron moved quickly to open the door for her. She stepped inside and he followed behind, joining her at the sink as she poured the bucket of green beans into the one side, then turned on the water to rinse them. He was impressed that she was such a hard worker. He never saw her just hanging out, doing nothing. Though she did seem to rest every now and then. As she swished the beans in the water to help them rinse better, he could tell this was something she actually enjoyed doing. Did you always have a garden growing up? Aaron asked. Stacey smiled. No, well, not really. My parents didn't have one at their house. Mostly because Grandma Dee kept planting her garden with more than she needed every year. We didn't do our own, but I came to help Grandma all the time. She would make it so fun, and even though I hated it when my mom told me it was time to go weed or pick the garden, once we got here, I loved it. Grandma Dee has a gift. I think she could make anyone want to do something. It's like she has this joy that kind of radiates off her and people just flock to it. I know, Stacey said. They both do. That's why I think this place would do so well. With Grandma doing all the socializing and making everyone feel like they can do any of this stuff she does, people will tell their friends and they'll come every year. Show me what to do and I'll help you with these beans. You sure? Stacey asked. Don't you have something Grandpa needs done? Aaron shook his head. Finished it already, and until we get the supplies for the fence, I can't start on the next project. Excellent, Stacey said. Let me grab the stuff I need for bottling these. You put the beans back into the bucket I just rinsed and take it over to the table. I'll show you how to snap beans. Aaron smiled, happy to have an excuse to be with her. She had the same kind of gift her grandma did. And he was more than pleased to let her joyful presence just radiate out and fill him with the types of good vibes he needed in his life. Stacey couldn't keep her eyes off him. Aaron sat at the table to the right of her, and after watching her snap the string beans and peel out the tough spine a few times in preparation to can, he was doing it like a pro. What was your favorite game as a kid? Stacey asked. I'm trying to figure out the best kinds of games to come up with for when we have groups of kids here. I always liked just playing tag. We had one game where we had to stand by a partner, and when someone stood to the side of your partner, you had to run, but if the runner stopped next to you, your partner had to run. Fun, Stacey said. We used to play freeze tag. When you got touched, you had to stop until the other players came and unfroze you. Aaron nodded. We did that too. But the sad thing is, I don't think we played a lot of games outside. Too busy on my computer or game consoles. Yeah, as we got older, we stopped too. Except during cousins' camp. Grandma made sure there were no electronics. They kept reminiscing about their childhoods, but sometimes Stacey felt like Aaron was leaving out a lot about his life when he'd moved away. He never shared much about his teen years and had just shrugged when she asked him about his college. Didn't go to an actual college, Aaron said. Did some classes online. But not sure if what I took would transfer too much. I did some classes on business and management but haven't been able to do anything with it. Is that why you decided to work as a handyman? Stacey asked. He seemed intelligent, and she wondered again why he was working for her grandparents instead of running his own business. Partly, yeah. I like to work with my hands. Wasn't the best student in school. Grades kind of suffered, but I figure not everyone can be a doctor or a lawyer. I'm not judging, Stacey said. Look at me, I decided to pursue acting, but not take any formal classes on it. Nope, I decided to dive in head first without knowing what I was doing, just hoping it would be easier than it ended up. She kept snapping her beans, and before the bucket was empty, she heard the back door open as her grandparents arrived. "Look at you," Grandma Dee said. "You've saved me once again, Stacey. And you even managed to find a helper." "He volunteered," Stacey said. "But only because he couldn't find Grandpa Joe. He's bringing in more groceries," Grandma said. Aaron stood up. "I'll go help him." "Thanks, hon," Grandma said, then looked at Stacey once Aaron had left. "He's one fine young man." "That he is," Stacey said. "Fine looking as well." Grandma Dee raised her eyebrows and Stacey laughed. "No argument there. Anything you want to tell me?" Grandma asked. Stacey dropped the pieces of bean she'd just snapped and looked up at her grandmother. "No, you sure?" Grandma asked again. "What are you talking about?" Stacey asked, trying to play dumb, but almost sure she knew what her grandma was hinting at. "I've seen the way you two look at each other. Makes my heart happy to see young love." "We're not in love, Grandma," Stacey insisted. "Not yet," she said, "but give it time. I think it's not far off." "Whatever," Stacey said. "We're just friends." "Friends make the best kinds of couples," Grandma said. "Makes you sure it can last." Stacey shook her head, smiling at her grandmother's wistful words. "Friends make for lasting friendships as well." Grandma just smiled, ignoring Stacey's comment as she started putting things away in the fridge and the cupboards. As Aaron entered the kitchen carrying 2 or 3 grocery bags in each hand, closely followed by her grandfather, Stacey couldn't help looking at Aaron and admiring the fine man he was. When she caught her grandma's eyes watching her, Stacey felt her face blush, but Grandma just gave Aaron a pat on the shoulder and a quick kiss on the cheek. "I think Joe and I have got it from here. Why don't you and Stacey go take a break?" Stacey stood up and moved to the counter to empty a bag. "Aaron has some info about his friend he needs to talk to Grandpa about. I'll help you unload this, Grandma. Then we can finish the beans afterward." "Let's go into the office," Grandpa said after kissing Grandma on the cheek. Aaron followed close behind but met Stacey's eyes and smiled, giving her a thumbs up. She smiled back, happy he was so invested in this place, and when she turned back to the counter after the 2 men had left the room, Grandma gave her an exasperated look. Stacey just grinned at her grandma's dramatics. Inside she was laughing, but there was no way she'd admit to her grandma that she wanted to go off alone with Aaron. In fact, she was just waiting till the sun set so they could go for another late evening walk. Either to the tree house again, or maybe even to the trampoline and lay there looking up at the night sky. Chapter 6. Aaron and Grandpa Joe had talked for a bit alone before they called Eric and hashed out some plans. By the end of the phone call, Eric had agreed to come to Greenville to help out at the inn and even promised to pick out a couple of easy-mannered horses that would be perfect for a riding program. Eric had enough contacts in the rodeo world and places that bred horses that he could get some horses that were ready to retire and just enjoy the laid-back atmosphere of a pleasure farm. He'd be there in just over a week. Since no one had stayed at the bed and breakfast during the middle part of the week, Grandpa Joe, Grandma Dee, Stacey, and Aaron brainstormed a few more ideas during dinner. "You've got quite a few rooms here, but if I've got one, and Eric takes one, that will leave you -2 to rent out when you need them. We've never had this place to capacity since our kids and grandkids stopped coming every holiday. But with all of Stacey's plans, you'll be needing those rooms eventually," Aaron said. "Maybe I should start looking at getting a place in town." "You could," Grandma Dee said. "But we've got that guest house that hasn't been used for a while. It used to be the gardener's residence when my parents owned the place, but that hasn't been used for a long time. We don't have all those fancy gardens and hedges anymore. What about building a few small little cabins?" Stacey asked. So that whole families could stay there if they wanted a different option than the bed and breakfast. I was reading up on some of the different places that are similar to what we've been talking about, and there are a few that have individual cabins. Then if someday we decide to make it be kinda like a summer camp or a week-long camp for family vacations with all the events planned out, you'd want to have places where your staff could stay. Told you she was bright, Grandpa Joe said, patting Grandma's hand. Grandma Dee nodded, looking at Stacey with a smile. There's a lot of land here, so plenty of space to build some small houses or tiny cottages. Ooh, Stacey said. That would be nice for people who wanted to come vacation but still have more privacy. If they each had their own little kitchen and a small washroom, they could participate in the other activities, but not worry about a lot of people in the same part of the house. Aaron smiled. That contractor I told you about seemed interested in coming and helping us build them. Dean just got out of a messy divorce and is looking to relocate. He said he'd get back to me in a bit. That's good to know, Grandpa said. I didn't get any leads in town here. Not a lot of builders in the area that would be available anytime soon. If this guy Dean comes out and helps us get things done here, he could build up a pretty good reputation and possibly start his own business in Greenville. That might help cinch the deal. I'll let him know when I talk to him again. When dinner was done and the food and dishes cleaned up, Grandma and Grandpa headed upstairs to get ready for bed, and Stacey turned to Aaron. Want to go for a walk again? Absolutely, Aaron said. Though he wanted to think it was because she liked being with him, he knew they would talk about more plans for the place. They'd done that almost every spare second when they were together. It will be good to get an idea of where the best place to put those cabins you dreamed up. Oh, and do you have keys to the old gardener's house? I want to get a look at it and see what might need to be done before Eric arrives. Yeah, let me go get them. Will you grab a flashlight? She hurried back into the small office where they kept their accounting books and things, then joined him in the kitchen with a small set of keys before he had gotten the flashlight out of the cupboard. It wasn't so dark they needed the flashlight in the yard, but when they got to the little house under some large trees, Aaron flipped on his light so she could see to open the door. She stepped inside slowly and turned to the wall, looking for the light switch. Though there was electricity that ran to the house, the single light still working in the fixture above did little to show off the room. We might need to come back in the daylight, Stacey said. She took a step back toward the door as if she wanted to leave, and Aaron took her hand in his. You afraid of the dark? He teased. Just a little bit. This place was always so strange to me, Stacey said. I know it wasn't true, but one of my cousins told me it was haunted, so I never did come here much. Stick close to me, Aaron said, adding some manly bravado to his voice. I'll protect you. She chuckled but pulled close enough that he put his arm around her side instead of keeping hold of her hand. We will need to come in the day for sure, but I just want to see how the inside looks. How many rooms are there? 2 bedrooms, and 1 bath, I think, Stacey said. Then this front room, a small kitchen and dining room, and a mudroom. Is there water hooked up to the house? Aaron asked. Not sure, maybe we should go see. Stacey kept hold of him as she started walking, and he followed her into the open floor kitchen and dining room area. She turned the faucet on the sink, but nothing happened. Guess we should have asked Grandpa Joe. Of course, the way he was talking, it sounded like it wouldn't take a lot to get this fixed up. Just some cleaning and airing out. And a little bit of painting, Aaron said. Oh joy, Stacey said, her voice full of sarcasm. My favorite. Of course, we might be able to convince my little brothers to come up and paint it. Aaron laughed at her plan. And here I thought you were such a hard worker. Guess not, Stacey said. For painting, I'm all about letting someone else do it. She looked around the small house and then took a step to the side. So, let's save the rest for tomorrow. He allowed her to pull him back outside with her, and as she exited the front door, he felt her take in a deep breath. The fact that she was so nervous about the old house made him smile. Instead of being so overly in control and completely perfect, it was nice to see she was human. She handed him the keys and he turned to lock the house. When he extended them back to her, she shook her head. "You can keep them so you can look at it first thing tomorrow." "You coming with me?" he asked. "Nope," Stacey said. "I think I'll be too busy reading. Or washing laundry or something. In fact, maybe I should have done that now instead of coming here. You could have braved the haunted house all on your own." She smiled up at him, letting him know she hadn't been bothered by his teasing. He'd never felt this at ease and comfortable with another person. There was no denying she was incredibly attractive, and that should have had him all tied up in knots. Instead, she had something incredible about her personality that made him just happy to be in her presence. "Well, before you go get started on all that hard work you've got planned, maybe you should take a little break. I oiled the chain on the porch swing. You should come hear the profound lack of squeaking." "Sounds like you need some more praising," Stacey said with a smile. "You know me. Gotta make sure all my hard work doesn't go unnoticed." They walked hand in hand to the front of the house and ascended the stairs leading to the large porch. He moved to the swing and with the hand that wasn't holding hers, pushed the seat. "Do you hear that?" "Not a sound," Stacey said. She brought her free hand to her chin and rubbed it as if contemplating. "But it's empty now. What if someone was sitting on it? Did you ever test it out that way?" "I like the way you think," Aaron said. "It's important to make sure everything is just so." He sat down gingerly as if waiting for it to make a sound. Her eyes twinkled in delight as he sighed in relief. "But, alas, I haven't tried it with more than one person. Would you do me the honor of helping me test my work?" "I don't know. It might shatter my self-esteem if it were to squeak when I sit there as well. I am pretty confident that it has been oiled the proper amount. You won't be disappointed." He patted the spot next to him and Stacey smiled before lifting one leg to tuck under herself, then sat on the swing sideways, so she continued to face him. "So far so good," she said as she pushed back gently with the foot remaining on the ground. She then lifted her foot and allowed the swing to move back and forth in a smooth and gentle rocking motion. She leaned closer to him and smiled. "You did amazing, Aaron. Best oiling of a swing set I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing." Aaron reached back and patted himself on the shoulder. "Told ya." Stacey smiled. "Yes, you did." She leaned into him and placed her head on his shoulder, allowing the swing to keep moving gently back and forth. She took his hand in hers and Aaron loved the way she felt next to him. The porch light was off, helping to keep the bugs away, but there was a lamp post at the bottom of the steps that gave enough light to see her clearly. Her beauty was undeniable, and he loved that she was so open and honest with him. She didn't hide who she was, and he appreciated her confidence. She teased him about needing praise but had always made him feel like he was worth something. He held her hand in his, rubbing his thumb across the back of her fingers. "What's happening with us?" she asked after a few moments, her voice only a whisper. She lifted her head and looked up into his face. "I don't know," he finally said. "But I like it. I enjoy spending time with you. Seeing you is my favorite part of every day." Stacey smiled. "Me too." "So, what do we do about that?" Aaron asked, wondering if he dared kiss her. If things didn't work out, he would have to be the one to leave, and this was the best job he could ask for. Before he could decide what to do, she closed the distance and pressed her lips to his, sending a thrill through him. The kiss he had both hoped for and feared turned out better than he'd expected. They moved slowly, but not timidly. Her mouth fit his perfectly, and it had been so long since he'd kissed a woman that he wanted to grab hold of her and make it more, but he forced himself to stay in control. He had allowed himself to give in to things he wanted before, with no thoughts of the consequences, but he would not treat her like a drug. No matter how much the fire from her kisses ignited his veins. He wanted to deepen the kiss, to take her into his arms and hold her tight, but he knew he had to go slow. He couldn't allow himself to ruin things with rash actions. With regret, he ended the kiss and pulled her hand from the back of his neck where it had ended up and pressed his forehead to hers as he worked to calm his emotions. But he didn't release her hand. "I'm sorry," she said after a moment. "I'm not usually that forward." Aaron just squeezed her hand, not sure how to respond. "I'm not going to say I didn't enjoy it, but maybe we should be careful. We work together and things could get complicated." "Yeah," Stacey agreed, sending a wave of relief through him that she wasn't upset. "Dating the granddaughter of your employers could get kinda sticky if things don't work out." She looked at him again and smiled. "But I can tell you this much, Grandma D seems to approve of you." "Great," Aaron said, leaning close and kissing her softly once more. "Now to win over your grandpa." Stacey chuckled. "I don't think that would be too hard. You've already practically been promised a lifelong job here, so he doesn't have to do it himself. Besides, what's not to like about you?" Unable to stop himself, he kissed her again, forcing himself to take it easy. Stacey loved the way his soft kisses made her feel. They moved slowly, keeping things pretty calm and mild. Enough so that she thought if her grandparents were to look out the window and catch them, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. She'd had to kiss other actors with more passion than these sweet kisses held, but those other kisses were nothing. This gentle one shared with a good friend meant so much more than just pleasure. There was acceptance and trust involved, and it made it that much better. After a few more kisses, Aaron pulled back again as if trying to keep things from getting too passionate. Knowing she had to do her part to take things slow, Stacey adjusted herself to snuggle into his side. They sat quietly on the swing, allowing it to move back and forth as they listened to the sounds of the night. A few crickets chirped and the quiet sound of their relaxed breathing helped her feel at peace. She had missed this feeling while she'd been trying to pursue acting. She was still disappointed she hadn't found more success, but if the end of her acting dream was what led her to meet Aaron, she was okay with that. Aaron's phone buzzed and he shifted in order to reach into his pocket. Stacey sat up and moved to the side, knowing it was probably time for her to head home. Because if she stayed right there, snuggled up to his side, she would find it difficult not to kiss him again. "It's Dean," Aaron said. "I should take this." "Sounds good," Stacey said. "I'm going to get ready to head home. I'll see you tomorrow. Let me know what he says." "Will do," Aaron said as he answered the phone. As she walked back into the house, she placed her hand on her chest, taking a few slow breaths. Was this really wise? Probably not, especially since they were trying to help her grandparents start up something pretty big. If things didn't work out between them, Stacey would feel horrible about messing things up. Especially since Aaron was getting his buddies to help with so much of the big stuff. She had never been in a long-lasting relationship. Never really had much interest in settling down, especially with her dreams of acting. But now that she'd accepted acting wasn't in her future, she was completely willing to look at a different kind of future. One that would involve a family and a home of her own. Chapter 7. Aaron watched as the bright red pickup truck pulling a horse trailer entered the property, and he waved at Eric as he approached the gravel parking area near the barn and horse pasture. He moved forward to meet him and then wondered where Grandpa Joe was. Aaron pulled out his phone and laughed at the memory of the conversation when Stacey had finally convinced her grandpa to carry a cell phone so he could be reached when they had a question. After a quick text to Grandpa Joe that Eric had arrived, Aaron went to meet his friend. The two shook hands and Eric gave him a slap-the-shoulder hug. "This is a nice setup," Eric said. "Yeah, it really is," Aaron said. I was excited to see what they had here when I first arrived. Looks like there's a decent setup with the barn and the pasture. We'll need to do some other fence things, but it's a good start. How many horses do you have in there? My 4, Eric said, walking to the trainer. I found a couple more for Mr. Perry but wasn't able to bring them with me. I'll go pick them up in a few days. Good plan, Aaron said. We have a bit more work to do with the stalls to be sure they can each fit the horses with enough room. It was a smaller stable and we might need to build on another section if you want them all to be inside. But the pasture is big enough for them to spend a lot of time in. The weather here is pretty decent most of the time, isn't it? Eric asked. I think for now they'll be fine outside. Though eventually, it will be good for them to each have a place inside. By the time they got the horses unloaded from the back of the trailer and into the fenced pasture, Grandpa Joe, Grandma Dee, and Stacey had all come out to join them. Aaron made the introductions, and as Eric took Stacey's hand to shake it, Aaron had a momentary feeling of possessiveness toward her. But when she just shook Eric's hand and then moved closer to Aaron, he immediately felt better. She had no interest in his friend. The fact that he'd felt a touch of jealousy at the thought she might have other options, made him realize his feelings for her were much stronger than just a casual kissing partner. I love the place, Eric said, looking at Grandma Dee and Grandpa Joe. And the plans you have for it sound awesome. Thanks for letting me be a part of it. They turned back to the pasture and Grandpa Joe started asking Eric about the horses. As the others talked, Stacey put her arm around his waist and squeezed him. Thanks for setting this up, she said, looking up at him. I was happy to. Makes things work out really well for lots of people. Kinda nice that way. Yeah, it is. After a few minutes, Grandma Dee turned around and looked at Stacey. I hate to steal you away, but I need some help with something if you could. Sure thing, Stacey said, letting go of Aaron and following her grandmother. Aaron wished he could kiss her goodbye, but he didn't want everyone there to know how smitten he was with her. When Stacey glanced back at him as she walked away, the look in her eyes spoke volumes. She didn't want to leave him either. He couldn't wait to take their regular walk in the evening. Once the horses were squared away and the truck and trailer unloaded, Aaron took Eric to the little gardener's cabin. This will be your place, Aaron said. No one has lived in it for a few years, but we made sure the water, heater, air, and electricity are all working. Keep an eye on things if you notice anything that might need fixing and let me know, would ya? Sure thing, Eric nodded, placing his bag down on the bed. There's a second room. Is that where you are? No. I've been staying in the main house. We've got another guy who might be coming to work on building some smaller cabins or little houses like this one for renting. He might need to stay here too if that's all right. I'm fine with it. Aaron moved toward the front door. Go ahead and get settled. I'm going back to the main house to see if they need any help with anything. Dinner will be at 6, so head on over around that time. You can wander the place and look at things or whatever you want till then. Eric nodded and waved him away as he started unpacking his bag. Aaron looked at his watch. It would be about time for Stacey to start dinner. If Grandpa Joe or Grandma Dee didn't need him for anything, he'd see if she wanted some help with cooking. Unfortunately, Grandpa Joe met him on the way back from showing Eric his place. Come help me with this one section of fence, would ya? Sure thing, Aaron said while at the same time wishing he could sneak away and just go find Stacey. He was kept busy enough with the fence that they finished less than 10 minutes before the dinner bell rang. When the meal was over, and Eric had finished lavishing Stacey with praise for her cooking, Aaron was happy for an excuse to get her by herself. I'll help with the dishes, while you all make plans for the horses and classes, Aaron offered. Grandma Dee stood up and grabbed the plates. No, don't worry about dishes tonight. I'll get them so Stacey and I can go over our plans for classes. You men all have to talk over what's happening with those horses and find out what we'll need to do about building the cabins." Aaron wanted to argue it, but Grandpa Joe turned to him and asked what Dean's answer had been. Aaron turned back to the conversation at the table and began to explain what he knew and what information he'd still need to give his builder friend. As the sounds of dishes from the closed door of the kitchen reached his ears, he once again wished he could have been in there helping Stacey. Not that he loved washing dishes, he just really loved being with her. When they finally finished up their business, Aaron went into the kitchen to get a drink of water and was disappointed to find the room empty and Stacey gone. Grandma Dee re-entered the kitchen from the mudroom off the side and he smiled at her. "Where's Stacey?" he asked. "Her mom called and asked if she'd come home tonight. She's come down with a stomach bug or something and John is out of town on business." "That's too bad," Aaron said. "I hope her mom gets feeling better. You need anything else done tonight?" Grandma Dee shook her head. "Nothing I can think of. Thanks for all the hard work already. I'm excited to see how things play out. Having horses here again has just got Joe all giddy. I'm glad we could get them too. Eric's a great guy and will be a big help here." "I'm already impressed," Grandma Dee said, "and I've known him less than a day. Here's hoping we can get your builder friend here soon as well." Aaron nodded and followed her into the dining room to meet with Eric and Grandpa Joe. "Thanks again for the meal," Eric said. "Had no idea when I signed on for this I'd be treated to such great cooking." No wonder Aaron was singing the praises here. "Stacey sure can whip up a fantastic meal," Grandpa said. "Course, Dee taught her all she knows." "Oh stop," Grandma said. "We ought to get to bed soon. Make sure you get enough rest so you can go play with the horses tomorrow." Grandpa chuckled. "You know me. I can't wait to ride one tomorrow." "Hope that's okay with you, Eric." "Absolutely," Eric said. "Would be a mighty big waste of fine horse flesh if we didn't ride them. And they love getting out and exploring. I think they're gonna like it here just as much as I will." Eric stood up and shook hands with Grandma and Grandpa again, then met Aaron's eyes. "Walk out with me?" "Sure," Aaron said. He turned to Grandma and Grandpa and then wished them a good night before following Eric out the back door. "Great couple," Eric said. "And this place is gonna be perfect." "I think so," Aaron agreed. "So, tell me more about Stacey." "What do you mean?" Aaron asked, feeling a bit defensive again at the question. Stacey hadn't seemed to show a lot of interest in him, but it was obvious Eric found her interesting. "It's pretty clear to me you're sweet on her. I'm just curious to know how things are going. When we talked on the phone a while back, you said you'd be staying away from any complications like that. Have things changed? You willing to give it a go even if she is the boss's granddaughter?" "She's a wonderful person," Aaron said, not willing to get into a lot of detail. "We're only spending time together helping Joe and Dee figure out what to do with this place. There isn't anything else to it." He liked Eric but wasn't going to tell him everything. "She seems nice. And a great cook for sure. Her grandparents seem to like you well enough. I'm just wondering if you see a future with her." Aaron looked over at Eric as they continued to walk toward the small gardener's house. "It's still really early," Aaron finally said. "But I'm in no hurry to rush off to something else." He was happy here and would love to think about a future with her, eventually. There were a lot of things they needed to know about each other before things could get too serious. And if he was truly honest, he wasn't sure how well she'd take it if he told her everything about him. Over the next week, the days just flew by, but since Stacey hadn't had a chance to see Aaron more than in passing, the minutes all seemed to drag. She'd stayed home with her mom, helping her get over a stomach bug, then had to deal with it herself, but fortunately, it only lasted a day. Stacey had been disappointed Aaron hadn't come to see her, or even called, but she knew Grandpa would be keeping him busy. Besides, Having him come visit while she was sick wouldn't have been all that great. When she returned to the inn to help Grandma, most of her time back here had been in the garden, picking the corn, peas, or beans that they'd spent days canning or freezing. Stacey put the last of the bottles of green beans into the pressure cooker to process, then turned to her grandma. "What's next?" Grandma turned around from the counter she'd been working at. "How about you take them some lunch? I've got sandwiches and chips for them on the counter. There's also a drink cooler with some fresh lemonade." Grandma Dee showed her the little wooden crate with the meal inside. "I'll keep an eye on the bottles and you can take a break. But make sure those men take a few minutes to relax. Joe needs to remember he's not as young as he used to be. I don't want to hear him complaining about how creaky his bones feel tonight because he overworks himself." Stacey chuckled. "You got it, Grandma." She picked up the lunch and headed outside, happy to move away from the kitchen. Having lunch under a tree in the back would be wonderful. She just hoped it would be a good stopping spot for the men. As she approached the back field where the horse pasture was, she smiled at the progress they'd made. It had been a couple of days since she'd been able to get out there and see what they'd been up to. Grandpa Joe stood to the side as Aaron and his friend Eric lifted a board and set it in place on the fence. Aaron wore just a t-shirt and jeans with some leather gloves and a wide-brimmed hat that kept the sun off his face. Though there weren't a ton of cowboys in North Carolina, she thought there really ought to be. There was just something incredibly attractive about a man like that. Once they'd gotten the board set and turned to head for another one, Stacey hollered to the three and let them know she had some lunch. "Perfect timing, Stacey," Grandpa Joe said as they walked over to join her under the shade of a giant walnut tree. "Grandma has it down," Stacey said, holding up the box to show them Grandma had been the one to think of their lunch. Grandpa nodded and then looked at the other two men. "Make sure you pick a good one when it's time." Grandpa Joe looked back toward the house. "Makes life so much better when you've got someone looking out for you." Stacey smiled at the way her grandfather's eyes seemed to light up as he spoke of his wife. She pulled out the cooler and the plastic cups Grandma had put in the box and then noticed there were 4 place settings. She would happily stay out here and eat with them. She looked up at the others and caught Aaron watching her for a moment. She smiled and offered him a cup with one hand while she lifted the cooler with the other. "I'll pour you a glass if you want." "Thanks," Aaron said. "How have things been?" Stacey sighed. "That garden is kinda bossy. But I think we've caught up on it for a day or two. Don't know how Grandma used to do it all on her own." Grandpa Joe cleared his throat. "She roped me into it every year. I'm just glad she's got you to do all the picking. Don't think my back and knees would like it much if it were still me." Stacey smiled thinking about her grandma's words before she'd come out. "But riding horses doesn't make you achy, huh?" He shook his head emphatically. "Of course not. That uses a completely different muscle set. And riding horses is healthy for you." "Oh, I believe ya," Stacey said, smiling at Grandpa's enthusiasm. As they all got settled under the tree, Stacey wondered for a minute if she should have brought a folding chair outside for Grandpa, but he just pulled out the things from the box and flipped it over to use it as a stool. They were quiet for a few minutes as they ate their lunch until Stacey asked, "How much longer till you'll get the fence all done?" "Should be by tomorrow, if things go as planned," Grandpa said. "I'm sure we'll get it done," Eric replied. "I've done fences like this before. It moves pretty quickly." "That's good," Stacey said. "I'll bet the horses will be happy to get back out to wandering." Eric nodded. "Yeah, but the barn is in decent shape. Nothing to worry about with that. But they do like to get out and run on their own." "How many did you bring?" Stacey asked. "I've got 4 of mine, and we'll bring the 2 Joe bought by the end of the week." "I didn't know you'd bought some already, Grandpa." "That's awesome." Grandpa Joe smiled almost like a little boy, excited for his new toys. She was happy he'd have them again. The three men talked a bit more about the horses and the fence while Stacey happily listened to it. She could tell Eric would be great with the horses. Eric stood and wiped off his jeans. "Thanks for lunch, Stacey." He looked at the men. "I'm going to check the horses' water and feed. Then I'll be back to help more with the fences." "I'm going to take a quick break," Grandpa Joe said. "Not nearly as young as I wish I was." "I'll take the lunch stuff back into the house, Stacey." "Thanks, Grandpa," Stacey said. "Think Grandma would be mad if I hid out here for a bit instead of going to find more garden stuff?" Grandpa Joe laughed. "Don't tell her I said this because she'll deny it anyway, but she was telling me last night she thought you were quite the taskmaster. I think she'd be happy to have a bit of a break as well." Stacey's eyes widened. "What?" She shook her head. "And here I was thinking she was gonna make me keep working like she did when I was little. Pretty sure you've outpaced your kid self. I saw the rows of bottles and the bags of frozen corn you two put up yesterday. I think you got more than half the garden done in one day. So, you stay put for a bit. Let your poor grandma rest." Grandpa winked and hefted the mostly empty box, then turned to head to the house. Stacey smiled as she watched him go, then turned her head to the side and met Aaron's eyes. "Those two?" Aaron just nodded. "I'm a little jealous." "Of my grandparents?" "That they're yours and not mine." "You know," Stacey said. "Grandma and Grandpa Perry belong to everyone. So, you can share them with me." "Thanks," Aaron said. "I think I will." He leaned back against the trunk of the tree and closed his eyes for a minute. "And hopefully you don't mind if I stay here and rest too. Unless you need a break from everyone." "I don't mind at all," Stacey said. "But you need to share that tree." Aaron patted the ground to the side of him and adjusted his back a little to allow her to lean up against the tree as well. She was close enough to him that their arms touched, and she loved the feel of him next to her. With her stomach full and the comfortable atmosphere relaxing all her worries, she closed her eyes for a bit and just allowed herself to enjoy the moment. The next thing she knew, she was awakened by the sound of gentle snoring. She lifted her head off Aaron's shoulder, not sure how it had ended up there in the first place. He was still asleep as he leaned against the tree, and she allowed herself a moment to study him. His presence in her life was something she cherished, and Stacey wondered again why Aaron wasn't already married with a few kids. He was such a hard worker with lots of things going for him. All their conversations lately were about what they still needed to do to the property before they could look into getting the news out. But she wanted time to just talk to him. To get to know him better. To find out about his past and what made him tick and what he wanted in life. And if she was honest, she wanted time to be alone with just him. Without the chance of getting caught if she decided to kiss him again. They hadn't been alone together for a while. Not since that night on the porch swing. Though they'd had a minute or two every once in a while, without anyone else around, it had never been right for sneaking any kisses. The sound of a horse whinnying made Aaron's eyes flutter open, and he smiled when he saw her sitting there looking at him. "Sorry. Must have dozed off." "I did too for a bit. Guess we needed a nap after this crazy week." "Maybe. But guess it's probably time to get back to finishing that fence." He stood up and helped her to stand as well. Before she could chicken out, Stacey spoke. "Any chance you'd like to go out to dinner tonight?" Aaron asked. "Sure, unless you've already got something planned." Stacey looked back toward the barn and the fence line. "Nothing set in stone. We just need to finish up this section of the fence, then I needed to go into Emerald Cove to get some more supplies for working on the barn. The hardware store here didn't have the right kind of hinges." "Can I come with?" Stacey asked sweetly. We'll still be able to get your supplies and satisfy my need to not be the one that cooks. Sounds like a wonderful plan. Should I pick you up at your house, or are we going to leave from here? Depends on if you want to make it a date, 'cause if you come to my house, my mom's gonna think it's a date. Aaron took her hand and pulled her closer to him. She came willingly, and since she wasn't holding back, he reached for her and gently rested his free hand on her hip and looked into her eyes. I don't mind if she thinks it's a date. In fact, I'd like to take you on lots of dates and for everyone to know it. Really? Stacey asked, feeling a little overwhelmed at the serious turn the conversation had taken. Especially after his concerns from before. Question is, are you okay with people thinking we're dating? I wouldn't mind it, Stacey admitted. You're not half bad. But have you changed your mind about the fact that you work for my grandparents? I'm prepared to treat you right, but not just so I don't lose my job. It's more because I would hate to lose you. Stacey couldn't control the smile that came at his words. She leaned into him, stretching onto her tippy toes, and kissed him softly. Sweet talker. Did it work? Aaron asked with a chuckle. She mumbled. Now shut up and kiss me. Gladly, he said and placed his lips on hers, making her sigh with happiness. His mouth teased hers and she marveled at the fact that his lips were so soft when everything else about him seemed so rough and solid. The kiss made her want to just stay there in his arms, but she could tell he was holding back. Probably wise since they were in broad daylight, not far from where her grandparents and his friend could catch them. After a moment, Aaron put an end to the kiss. He pressed his forehead against hers. Think we could make it out of here a little early? He whispered. Stacey smiled and nodded. I'll make sure I get a shopping list from Grandma. She'll be excited that she won't have to go into Emerald Cove herself. I'll see you soon then, Aaron said, kissing her gently once more before turning away and heading back to work. She watched him go, and when he turned to look at her with a smile on his incredibly kissable lips, she smiled back and waved. She couldn't wait to be alone with him. Chapter 8. Aaron pulled up in front of her house a few hours later, showered, shaved, and nervous as all get out. It had been a long time since he'd come to a girl's house to pick her up for a date. Though he was in his late 20s, he felt young and awkward again. He didn't know how much her parents knew of his history, but he was sure they knew something. A kid going off the rails and getting in trouble with the law was something lots of people talked about, and since he worked for their relatives, it wouldn't surprise him if they had been told something. But then again, he was almost sure Stacey knew nothing of it. He would need to tell her. Tonight. He wanted to pursue this relationship. To see where it would lead. And though he now owned who he was and the past that had shaped his life, he didn't want her to think he was hiding something. Once again, he wished he could go back in time and tell his younger self not to be an idiot. Not to drink and to stay away from everything else that followed. Stacey's door opened and Aaron saw her father standing there, smiling at him. Come on in, Aaron. Stacey will be right down. Aaron nodded and pulled off his cowboy hat before entering the home. Thanks, Mr. Perry. John, he said, offering his hand. Aaron nodded again but didn't say anything as he shook the man's hand. Mrs. Perry entered the room as well and smiled at her husband. Come have a seat, Aaron. Stacey might be a couple more minutes. She likes to make an entrance. John chuckled. She always did love that twisting staircase. She'd practice walking down that all elegantly with her hand resting on the banister. Should have seen her at prom. It was a good thing she practiced it because I was almost afraid she'd have fallen down them with the ridiculous heels she'd picked out for that night. Never underestimate Stacey, her mother said. Before Aaron could say anything, the sound of footsteps at the top of the stairs made everyone look. But instead of the practiced elegance of the fancy stairs, Stacey practically skipped down them. Sorry I'm late. She had on tight jeans with a flowing blouse and what he'd once heard termed cute boots. Her hair rested gently on her shoulders but flowed softly, and he realized he hadn't seen her without her usual ponytail or messy bun before. "Really?" John asked. "You go and get all normal after that setup we gave you." Stacey looked at her dad, then at Aaron, then over to her mom with a furrowed brow. "What setup?" When she met her mother's eyes, Stacey groaned. "Oh no. What did Dad say about me?" Her mother smiled and gave her a quick hug. "Just telling him about how you used to come down those stairs for all of your dates." Stacey laughed. "Oh, like I was some fancy princess. Good thing I've grown out of that." Aaron smiled at her attempt to blow off the teasing, but he could tell she was a little embarrassed. "Guess you were either way excited to go out with me and didn't want to be late, or I'm not some knight in shining armor so you didn't need to impress me." "The first one for sure. Let's get out of here before my parents can embarrass me anymore." John looked at Aaron. "What time are you planning on having her home?" Aaron looked at Stacey. She'd asked him out, but he'd turned it into a shopping trip and date, so he didn't know. "What time do you want her back?" John laughed. "Oh, I thought I got rid of her when she went to LA. I don't really want her back." "Look into keeping her, would ya?" "Dad." Stacey laughed as she gave him a goodbye hug. "We'll be back kinda late. He's got to get some things for the barn and stuff. So don't wait up. I'll text you when we're on our way home." "Sounds good, dear," her mother said. "You two have a good time, and I really do want my daughter back, so behave yourself and drive safe." Aaron nodded. "Will do, ma'am. Good night." He took Stacey's hand and led her out the door, not caring if her parents saw them holding hands. Stacey didn't seem to mind either. After opening the door for her, he joined her in the truck on the other side and she looked at him. "Sorry about my parents." "Oh, don't be. They were fine. Says you. Dad really loves teasing. Thanks for handling it well. Anything for you, sweetheart." He glanced at her, and she smiled. The hour-long drive into Emerald Cove was simple and fun. They talked about all kinds of things from music to movies to books they liked but didn't get any deeper than surface conversations. He wanted to ask more questions about her life and history but didn't know if they were at that stage yet. He wanted to get there someday. To have her a solid and permanent fixture in his life. He'd had a lot of time to think about where he wanted to be in the future while he paid his debt to society, but she was a couple of years younger and maybe she wasn't in the same place. As he opened the door of the truck at the building supply lot on the edge of town, she smiled at him and took his offered hand to climb down from his truck. "Good thing you've got this footstep for me. I'd hate to fall out of the truck. I'd catch ya." "Thanks, Aaron." She took his hand and when she was steady on the ground, she kept hold of it, which made him happy. They walked into the huge store, and he led her to the area with the hardware he needed. As he started pulling out the things on his list, he realized he wouldn't be able to hold it all in his hands. "Need me to get a cart?" Stacey asked, anticipating his request. "Guess I should have got one. I'll run and grab it. Be right back." She took off, not quite at a run, but quick enough her hair bounced, and he smiled at her joy and energy. "Tell her, you idiot. Get it out of the way before you fall too deep." He knew if she rejected him, it would hurt, but if he kept spending time with her and she found out later and didn't want anything to do with him, he wasn't sure if his heart could handle the loss. Besides, if they were going to be working together to get the inn going like she'd been dreaming of, he needed to make sure they could still work together. Otherwise, he'd have to find someone else to take his place as a handyman. He couldn't let her leave the inn. Not with everything it could do for Grandma and Grandpa Perry. Shopping with Aaron was more fun than she'd expected. Not that they did anything entertaining at all, but she loved spending time with him. He had a quiet gentleness about him. Something that made him seem older than he was. Though she knew he was only 27 and she was 23. It seemed like he had a lot more life experience than she did. She still couldn't believe her parents had told him about how she used to primp her way down the stairs as if she needed everyone to look at her. She'd gotten past that a little. Though she still liked to be noticed, it didn't define who she was anymore. He'd stopped at the grocery store where they could buy some of the larger sizes of supplies Grandma Dee wanted in her storage pantry. Most everything they cooked at the inn was made from scratch. When they'd gotten that all purchased and loaded into the back seat of the extended cab truck, they headed out to pick up the things Grandpa needed. It only took them an hour and a half to hit the 3 different stores and get the items Aaron needed to fix up the things at the inn. Most of the other things could be found at the local hardware store in Greenville. Before long, they were waiting to be seated at a nice restaurant not too far from the coast. He'd taken her hand again and she loved the feel of his strength. When the hostess led them to their seats, he didn't release her hand until they sat down, and even then, she kind of wanted to pull him to the same side of the table. But luckily, he sat to the side of her around the corner of the small square table instead of across from her. They looked at the menus and Stacey sighed. Too many good choices. I hate that. I can't choose and then I want to get them all. But the one I pick is never as good as I'd hoped. Yeah, I feel the same way. What do you think about sharing? We'll both pick something we agree sounds good and we can try each other's. Stacey grinned up at him. Really? That won't gross you out to share? Aaron chuckled. No. I'm not picky. How about you? I might give you germs. Stacey smiled. I think we've already shared germs. She leaned close and kissed him quickly. Yup, still not grossed out. Perfect, Aaron said. So, what sounds good? The two returned their attention to the menus and chatted back and forth until they decided on what to try. Once they'd ordered, they slipped into small talk, but Stacey knew Aaron had something pressing on his mind. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but she wondered if he knew how to bring it up. She hoped it wasn't anything to do with them as a couple. She didn't know if it was going to be something like, "Hey, I like you and all, but this is all just for fun." At the same time, she knew she wasn't ready for anything big and serious yet. She wanted time to figure out where things would go from here. Working at the same place made it easy to see each other, but if things went south, it would make for an uncomfortable work environment. She couldn't allow things between them to mess up the way he was available to help Grandma and Grandpa Perry. The waitress brought out the appetizer platter with the 3 different choices and they both reached for something to sample. Not bad, Aaron said after taking a bite. Yeah, Stacey said. But you could have the last one. These are what I want. She picked up a stuffed mushroom and took a big bite, then decided to just shove the whole thing in her mouth. She didn't have to hide her love of food from him. Now that she didn't need to stick to an unrealistic diet to keep the figure Hollywood demanded, she could actually enjoy her food. When the main dishes were delivered, the waitress set them on the table in front of them and Aaron pushed his plate closer to her. How do we want to do this? Maybe just cut them both in half, then swap. Sounds good to me. They talked a little more as they ate, but mostly remained silent, and Stacey once again wondered what was on his mind. He'd gotten quiet and she hoped it wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. But he still kept giving her looks and touched her hand off and on while they ate. So, Stacey said, leaning toward him, it kind of feels like you need to tell me something. Aaron sat up straight, looking a little surprised. How did you know? Stacey sighed softly, a little nervous now that she knew she hadn't been imagining it. I did a lot of people watching while I was trying to make it as an actress. My theater classes also pointed out it was a good way to learn how people behaved. Aaron smiled. I do have something to tell you, but I'm not sure how to bring it up. I don't want things to change between us, but I think you have a right to know. He didn't speak for a moment and Stacey's mind started working overtime. She watched as he looked around the quiet restaurant. There weren't many people sitting close by, but there were enough around that she wondered if he was worried about being overheard. I promise I won't freak out, whatever you tell me, Stacey said. I don't think people do that in real life anyway. It's all for drama in the movies. Aaron chuckled and smiled. He swallowed and leaned a little closer, keeping his voice low. How much do you know about my past? Stacey shrugged. Just what you told me. You moved in high school. Didn't like the high school you ended up in. Had some bad friends. Aaron nodded. Yeah, but I wasn't the best kind of friend either. I made some dumb choices as a teen. Got involved in drinking, then drugs. Eventually got hooked on prescription painkillers and ended up in jail for 3 years. He'd lowered his head during his confession and was no longer looking at her. She reached for his hand, knowing he needed to feel her acceptance of him. Wow, Stacey said softly after a moment. Sounds like a tough few years. Aaron looked up and met her eyes. Inside his gaze, she thought she saw relief and even hope. It was, he said. Is that why you told me you don't drink that first day you showed up? Aaron nodded. Yes. I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict and have to stay away from anything that might tempt me. I'm sorry, Stacey said, looking at the bar they'd had to pass as they came into the restaurant. Is a place like this a problem for you? He shook his head, looking at her in a way that made her hope she was reacting right. He was vulnerable right now and it must have taken a lot to admit what he'd done in the past. Anything else you need to get off your chest? Stacey asked. In an attempt to lighten the mood, she joked, You didn't kill anyone, did you? Aaron's eyes darkened a moment, and he looked down, taking his hand out of hers again as if he didn't want to touch her. Her stomach dropped. How could she have asked it like that? I'm sorry, Stacey whispered. She reached for his hand again, relieved when he let her take it. What happened? I was drunk, he said. She squeezed his hand, encouraging him to go on. I shouldn't have been driving, but I was stupid and did it anyway. I don't remember the accident at all. But it was my fault, and a man is dead because of me. Stacey took his other hand and leaned closer, pressing her forehead against his. I'm so sorry you had to experience that. I can't imagine your pain. He couldn't believe it. Stacey hadn't gotten up and run from him. She didn't see him as the monster he still thought himself to be. Instead, she was right there with him, taking his pain and anguish and accepting him anyway. He lifted his head a little as she pulled back and met his eyes. Before he could say anything more, the waitress returned. Can I interest you in any dessert? Stacey studied him a moment then looked up at the waitress. I think we could probably share some ice cream. She looked back at him and raised a brow. What flavor? You pick, Aaron said, barely managing to get the words out around the lump in his throat. He didn't actually want any ice cream, but he didn't want to have to move yet. He wanted to stay there, locked in this moment with Stacey. With her unbelievable reaction to his confession. The last girl he'd dated had bolted when he'd told her. Chocolate, Stacey said. With 2 spoons please. Be right back, the waitress said, leaving the two of them alone again. I can understand if this changes things between us, Aaron said. If you don't want to be with me again, I will keep my distance. Of course, this changes things between us, Stacey said. You just shared something important about your life and history. And like it or not, it's molded you in a way you can't change. Aaron nodded. But your past doesn't define who you are at this moment. And thank heavens for that. Otherwise, I'd be a shallow girl obsessed with what I can't have. You don't want to run screaming out of the restaurant? No way, Stacey said. Besides, you're my ride back. So, unless I want to walk 60 miles back home, you're stuck with me. I would never say I'm stuck with you. I'm blessed. Aaron leaned forward and kissed her gently, not caring who was watching. This woman with him was amazing and he wanted to do everything in his power to make her happy. She smiled up at him. Aaron leaned closer to her, feeling her acceptance once again. He paused a moment before closing the distance and placing another gentle kiss on her lips. Before the kiss could become anything more than the thank you it was meant to be, the waitress returned with the chocolate ice cream. Now that the guilt he'd carried at hiding his past from her had been washed away with her acceptance of him and all his mistakes, he didn't mind sharing the dessert with her. Though it didn't taste nearly as good as she did. Chapter 9. Weeks passed and the two of them fell into a routine. They were both incredibly busy all day long working on helping prepare the inn for what they planned, and it was coming together quicker than she'd imagined when she had brought up the idea. They'd started offering horse riding lessons just to get a feel for what it would take and how the horses would handle it. They'd offered them to Stacey's younger siblings first, and the other cousins that still lived nearby and their friends. None of them had to pay for it since it was a practice session and all, but the horses did really well, and Eric came away feeling confident enough in the plan that he had started talking to Grandpa about what it would take to get a couple of extra helpers to clean the stables and feed the horses so he could take care of the lessons. And with having horses again, Stacey was loving it. Seeing Eric on the back of a horse just looked normal, but when Aaron climbed on the back and looked down at her with his cowboy hat tilted to the side and his crooked smile beaming at her, she thought she might have to find something to fan herself with. I want to come, too, Risa, Stacey's 17-year-old sister said. Not this time, Stacey said as she placed her foot in the stirrup. It's your turn to go help Eric brush down the horses that have already been exercised. If you want to work here and get free horse lessons and ride whenever you want, you've got to learn how to care for them too. Besides, you already took a horse on this trail. These are the last two. They wanted to make sure the horses knew the different trails inside and out so if some guest ever got lost, the horse would be able to get back to the stables with no issues. Aaron met her eyes, and she smiled as he gave her a wink. He probably knew exactly why she wasn't going to let Risa come. And Stacey was certain he agreed. These daily rides were some of the only times they had to sneak away for a few precious moments alone. Stacey tapped her heels against the horse's side and motioned her forward. Aaron joined her on the trail, the two of them side by side for the first half-mile of it. Eventually, they had to go single file to avoid the trees that lined the path, but Stacey made sure to let him go in front. She loved to watch him on the horse. He moved smoothly with the animal and getting a view of his broad shoulders and trim waist as he rode in front was always pleasant. Eventually, she was able to get closer and her horse happily moved to the side of his. Aaron glanced at her and smiled, then nodded briefly toward the giant southern live oak that was their normal place to take a break. Each evening, they'd climb off the horses and sit under the tree for a little while, just talking. Well, talking and kissing, with more kissing than talking if she was being honest. And she loved it. Their relationship had deepened after Aaron's confession and Stacey was surprised at how much she had come to accept it. Instead of wanting to move on to the next big thing or chase the next exciting dream, she was happy. Enough so that she couldn't believe she was the same person who'd grown up down the road and swore she'd get out of this boring town. She felt a little like she was in some kind of fairy tale. One with a handsome cowboy by her side. Not something she'd planned as a girl, but the more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Do you think Eric likes it here? Stacey asked as they neared the tree. Yeah, I think he does. He sticks with his horses a lot, but he seems happy. He doesn't feel too cramped in that little shed-turned house. Aaron chuckled, probably remembering how she'd avoided it since that first night she'd shown it to him. No, he said, it's great. Nice to have his own place. What about your other friend? Think he'll come build some of those cabins? Grandpa Joe talked to him about doing the dock and the boathouse. He mentioned there might be a need for doing the cabins, and Dean seems interested enough. He'll have to look things over more when he gets here. But I think it could happen pretty easily. At least one or two could be built before winter. I'm glad this is all coming together, Stacey said. Before long, we'll be able to start advertising. And I think if we do a little video of the place and all the perks, we could upload it to YouTube and some social media sites as well as make a web page. You going to be the one in the video? I was planning on it unless you want to do it. Stacey gave him a wink. Oh no, sweetheart. The camera is your thing. Come on, Aaron. A sexy cowboy like you will be the selling feature. Everyone will want to come just to see you. Yeah, I doubt that. Aaron shook his head. They'll come to see the horses and eat your yummy food. You can deny your hotness all you want, but it's there. I'm not gonna force you to be on camera though. That just means I can keep you to myself. Stacey leaned forward and kissed him again, glad he was hers, and she hoped eventually he would be only hers forever. When she finally pulled back, she asked, "So how are you at holding a camera? If I told you how to do it, you think you could film the video of me going over the place and talking it up?" "Anything for you, babe," Aaron said. "Sweet talker," Stacey said, snuggling into him as they leaned against the tree. They sat quietly, just enjoying the break from all their hard work. The peaceful atmosphere of the area was sure to draw others who wanted to find themselves some contentment. If what the visitors to the inn experienced was anything like how she was feeling with Aaron, then no one would ever want to leave this place and go back to the real world. As much as Aaron wished they could just stay here together, he knew they had to get back to the inn. He had some work to do, and Eric would want the horses back as well. Then a follow-up phone call to Dean would be helpful. Aaron stood and held his hand out to help Stacey stand up, then he hugged her and held her close for a moment. He'd intended to just leave it at a hug, but she lifted her chin, and he happily accepted the kiss she offered. These little breaks every now and then were important since it helped make everything more manageable. If they were lucky, tonight, they could take a walk after dark. If not, they'd make plans tomorrow to see each other again for a break away from the busy day. When they arrived at the inn, Aaron knew for sure it would be a busy afternoon, so he took her horse, once she'd dismounted, to put him away while Stacey headed into the house to help with everything going on inside. At dinner, they only had a few minutes to brainstorm what would be most important to show on her video before she had to head home, and Aaron took a call with Dean while Grandpa Joe listened in. By the time the call was done, things had been settled with Dean to come look at it in person and give a bid, allowing Aaron to relax about that. By the next afternoon, Stacey had a plan for her video, and 2 days later, once she'd gotten everything set up, Aaron found himself following her around with a camera as she started making her homemade advertisement. At first, everything seemed awkward, and he wondered how well it would even work, but when she gave him directions on where to stand and then had him film her in little sections, he went with it. He was stunned to see how she practically glowed when the camera turned on and she stepped into her part. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she talked about the features and amenities at the inn. During one session, she walked through the kitchens, showing off the 3 stoves and how they offered cooking classes, then picked up one of her homemade chocolate chip cookies and broke it apart for emphasis before taking a bite and sighing with pleasure. Aaron could see how she would have stunned people had she been able to get the right part. She paused long enough for the film to be editable, then had him stop recording so she could see it. She stood close to him, leaning her head against his arm as she watched the video, but he couldn't focus much on how it looked. He was too busy thinking of her and trying to hold himself from grabbing her for a few more stolen kisses. She wouldn't appreciate it much if he messed up her lipstick. He'd learned that once already. Though at the time, she hadn't seemed to mind. It just took a bit to get all refreshed and camera ready, and they had lost the natural lighting she wanted. This time he would wait until she was done filming for the day, and then take her to somewhere a little more private than the kitchen where they could work on perfecting their kisses. Of course, there was nothing she could complain about if he put his arms around her waist and pulled her close. A quick little nuzzle on her neck and a few kisses behind her ear wouldn't mess up her makeup. The sigh she gave him made him chuckle. It was filled with longing and frustration, and she tilted her head to the side as he kissed her neck. "We need to get a couple more shots of parts of the house." "Stop torturing me," she said. "This isn't torture," Aaron whispered against her throat. "It's more like a hint of what could be." "Uh-huh," she mumbled as she held onto his shoulders. "Exactly. And you know we've got a lot more to film. But if we hurry, we could sneak somewhere for a few minutes before I have to get to work on dinner." Aaron sighed, putting a touch of vibration to it to tease her even more. "Now I think that right there is the torture. Telling me we have to stop without knowing how soon I can actually kiss those lips of yours." Stacey laughed and pushed him gently away. "Come on. Let's get the rest of the house." Aaron held up the camera and motioned for her to lead the way. "At your service. Just tell me where." They had to redo a couple of shots because Aaron kept making faces at her and she struggled to maintain her composure at times, but eventually, they got the inside of the house shots done and took a few panoramic shots at the front of the house, the garden, and the horse pastures. Finally, he was able to pull her into the stand of trees near where the tree house was, and the two of them had fun thoroughly messing up her lipstick. Within a few days, she had managed to pick out the best sections of live recordings as well as the still-shot images and put them together with some editing software into what she thought was a very professional-looking short video. At least she hoped it was. Knowing she needed some feedback from others, she gathered everyone around the kitchen table after they'd finished eating, and even a couple of the guests who were staying for the week joined them. Stacey opened her laptop and prepared the video to show. Aaron took her hand and squeezed it, not saying anything, but she felt the encouragement all the same. When it was over, Stacey held her breath, waiting for the verdict, and when her grandparents started clapping and then grabbed her into a hug, she knew she had done well. "That looks amazing. You've captured the feel of the place for sure." "I agree," one of the guests said. "I think people will see this and start booking right away. Which will be sad for me, because then I'll have to plan far in advance to make sure I get my own reservations." "That's the truth," her husband said. "As much as I'd like to keep this little jewel a secret, you've got something amazing here that people will flock to." "Thanks," Stacey said at the same time her grandparents did. Stacey chuckled to realize she felt like this was her place. Of course, it belonged to her grandparents, and she would do everything she could to help it succeed, but when it all came down to the facts, it wasn't hers. Nothing here really was. The thought made her sad, and she wished she could actually feel like she belonged somewhere. Something that would be hers completely. She knew she was loved and important here, but it wasn't her home. Not really. It felt the closest thing to home that she'd experienced in a while, even though she'd been living with her parents ever since her return. After a few minor suggestions, and a couple of quick tweaks, the video was ready to upload to their website, and the inn at Emerald Lake was officially up and running for business. Within a week, they had booked every weekend through the rest of the summer and into the fall, with many of the weekdays full too. Of course, that made things incredibly busy, leaving her less time to spend with Aaron, but every time they were able to catch a few minutes together, she always felt like it was the best part of her day. Chapter 10. Aaron led his friend Dean to the section of the property that they would be building on. Grandpa Joe had gone into town for his physical therapy when Dean arrived, so Aaron was giving him the layout of the area and what they were looking at building so they could make solid plans once Grandpa Joe returned. Dean turned to look at Aaron and motioned toward the tree line that would be the background of the rental cabins. "So how did it go from just needing someone to make a boathouse and a dock to all of a sudden needing a bunch of little houses?" Aaron chuckled. "When you've got a dreamer and planner like Stacey, then one thing just builds off another. She doesn't do things halfway. Do you think you can do it?" Aaron asked. "Sure," Dean said. The building isn't an issue. I just wonder about them having the capital to pay it all. They'd saved up some money over the years because they had wanted to do some fixing up on the main house. Then they said they got too tired to do it themselves. Then with everything Stacey is doing to build up interest in this place, they are getting a lot of customers. They've got the funds for sure. That's good, Dean said. And I really appreciate you giving me the heads up on this. It will be nice to start fresh out here. Aaron nodded, completely agreeing with that. He let Dean wander the area, looking at the layout of the land and explaining what they had thought of for placement on the smaller cottages. So, he'll want the front doors facing this main area? Dean asked. Yes, Aaron said. I believe so. Though these small houses can wait until the dock and boathouse are finished. What kind of crew would he have to work on them? Dean asked. I know you're decent with power tools. You said that guy Eric can help as well. How about Grandpa Joe? He'll be good for the wiring and inner workings. No heavy lifting. There are probably a few people in Greenville you could hire. I'm sure a few older teens or some college kids home for the summer might be interested. It would be nice to find a few solid guys that would be willing to stick with me after this is done. Dean continued to look around and Aaron glanced back toward the main house, hoping to catch a glimpse of Stacey. He was definitely obsessed with the woman, and he realized he didn't care at all who knew it. They continued to the edge of the lake and Dean took a few minutes looking it over and asking questions about the type of dock they'd want and the details about the boathouse. By lunchtime, Dean said he had a good feel of the area and would work on the plans and the building specs to give them a bid on the project. What was it that brought you here? Dean asked as they walked to the main house. The fresh start you mentioned. Aaron glanced at Dean. After being released, I didn't want to stay in the same area that had caused me the issues before. So, when a relative told me these guys were looking for a handyman, I took it. Then it turned into something more than just a temporary job while Grandpa Joe healed up. Dean nodded. Sounds like there's also something else keeping you here. Aaron nodded. Can't deny that. Just hoping I don't mess it up. Dean slapped his shoulder. Good luck. Just keep open communication, is all I can say. Aaron didn't know any of the details about how Dean's marriage had failed and wasn't going to ask. But he certainly appreciated the advice if it helped his own relationship with Stacey. When they reached the inn, Stacey was standing on the back porch near the door that led into the kitchen with a huge smile. Aaron returned the smile and introduced Dean to her. Do you think it will work? Stacey asked without preamble. For sure, Dean said. The area you all want to build the houses on looks good. The dock and boathouse might take a bit of prep work, but I'm sure we can get things going. So do you think we should build the houses first? Stacey asked. How long will each one take? How many can we do at once? I'm guessing it would be better to do a bunch of them in stages. Like pouring the foundation first on all of them, then doing the framing. Dean looked at Aaron and smiled. Looks like she definitely is a planner. Stacey's cheeks turned pink, and Aaron put an arm around her. Best planner I know. She's read up on so much of this. She's the one who comes up with most of the ideas and then helps elaborate on any other ideas. If you can build it, she'll be the one to help you find your building crew. Nice, Dean said. I'll need an hour or so on my computer to get the proposal written up per building with some of the blueprints I have. I looked at the ones you sent me before and we'll talk about the different options. Awesome. Stacey said. I've got lunch ready, so if you want to eat first, come on in. Stacey watched in fascination as Dean went over the layouts of the little houses on his computer. She'd hooked it up to a television screen in Grandpa Joe's office so they could all look at it and come to a consensus on what would work best. For this first phase, Dean began, I'd suggest you just build the same layout for each of the cabins. A small kitchenette for the folks who want to do things on their own. Then you can have a bathroom, and you'll have to choose if you want just a shower or a shower-bath combo. You could possibly do a 1-bedroom option or a 2-bedroom option. Some of the designs I've seen even have a loft for a separate bed space. I like the idea of a loft. Same square footage, but still extra sleeping arrangements, Grandma Dee said. Though that will mean we'll need more beds and linens. And more washing facilities. We could either set up each place with its own washer and dryer, or we could add a laundry room building, Stacey said, then looked at Dean. Could we? Just a building that would house a few washers and dryers. Yes, that should be simple enough. It would just need the frame and not any extra interior walls. That would be easy to do. Stacey looked at her grandparents. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Grandma Dee laughed. Oh honey, you're too much fun. A separate building with washers and dryers and a storage place for the linens would make things easier when taking care of those cabins. The laundry room in here is enough to take care of the house itself. She looked at Grandpa and then at Dean. Of course, we'll have to see how much it will all cost before we decide if we'll have to build one less house in order to build the laundry or just have them included and make each place a little bigger. They continued to talk over their options, and Stacey began to mentally calculate the types of furniture pieces they would need for each place. Then the minimum kitchen and dishes sets. As the cost of it all began to build, she started to get a little worried she was putting too much onto her grandparents. She would have to do her best to make sure this place really took off and that the reservations continued coming in. Summer was the busiest time, but the weather was mild enough that she was sure people would still be interested in vacationing all year long. Though it was months away still, she started to let her mind wander onto ways she might do a holiday plan. She pulled out her phone and started making notes while partially listening to the ideas for building the little cabins. Since they would belong to her grandparents, she wanted them to make the final decisions, but she was happy enough to offer her opinion on the details when asked. A few hours later, they had settled on the number of cabins to build and when they'd start breaking ground. When Dean asked for suggestions on hiring out some of the work, Grandpa Joe gave a few ideas on folks in the area they could ask. Once a list was made, Dean looked up the different companies that rented out the heavy equipment they'd need to get started. Before they called it a night, they had plans to start building within the week. Can you believe it? Stacey asked Aaron as they walked outside and found their way to the swing again. If you'd have told me when I first arrived that in a few short months, all this would be happening, I'd have thought you were crazy. I am a little crazy, Stacey said. I'm still surprised Grandma and Grandpa are going along with this. Aaron chuckled. Are you kidding? They get this look in their eyes every time you come up with another great idea. They are loving this. I think they're just extra excited that you are as into this as they are. With you to do the pushing, they get to enjoy the results of it. Besides, you just have this way of making everything sound like it will work. But what if it doesn't? Stacey asked. What if I'm ruining this for them? How would any of this be ruined? Aaron pulled her closer as they rocked back and forth on the swing. The stuff inside the house is all fine and nothing major is changing. You've increased traffic here by a lot. The horses are a huge draw, and these cabins where whole families can stay will be nice too. Are we making it too big? Stacey asked. The bed and breakfast part of the house is still going to hold its charm. And the cabins are far enough away that the single folk that come to just enjoy the quiet old house can do that without worrying about a bunch of kids running around inside. Having the two parts to the inn will make it the best of both worlds. I sure hope so, Stacey said. I love this place and want it to become something that so many can enjoy. You already have, Stacey. Aaron kissed the top of her head. Every guest that has stayed here has been happy and wants to come again. Tapping into the old-fashioned feel of Grandma's house is something a lot of people want. You and your grandparents are giving it to them. I'm just glad I get to be a little part of it. Me too, Stacey said. But you are more than just a little part of it. She looked up at him and kissed him softly. I don't think I would have had the guts to do all of this without your encouragement. Thank you for everything. Chapter 11. Aaron would be moving into the small cottage that Dean and his group of builders had just finished as soon as the painting and trim work was done. Aaron had been excited to be able to help build the place he'd be living in, feeling pride at the thought he was creating something important and permanent. The inn was busier than it had ever been, and Stacey had contacted her cousins to see if any of them wanted to come back and work for their grandparents for the rest of the summer. None of them had been able to show up yet but would soon. He hoped they'd put a move on it because Stacey was exhausted every night. Aaron made sure to find Stacey at the end of the day, just to talk and reconnect. And always the kisses. Tonight, when she walked out of the back of the inn and met him in the backyard, he knew she'd had a longer day than usual. They didn't say a word, just held hands as they walked to the trees lining the property on the opposite side of where the cottages were being built. She climbed the ladder first and he soon followed her up into the tree house. They hadn't been there in a while, and he was looking forward to some quiet solitude with the woman he had come to love. He'd known his feelings for her were growing stronger and stronger, but he'd never really connected in his own mind that it was love. Yet he knew the truth of it the moment he thought it. The tree house had been cleaned up since he'd been there last, and there was even a cute little curtain, a few pillows, and a blanket in the corner. She'd unfolded the blanket and laid it down, then lay on her side and rested her head on the little pillow. Not nearly as comfy as when I was a kid, but I'm so tired after chasing a dozen kids, I don't even care. Aaron smiled down at her and joined her, grabbing his own pillow and facing her, but trying to keep some distance so he didn't do something he shouldn't. Though he longed to hold her in his arms as they lay there, he needed to remember his manners. She reached out and held his hand between them and closed her eyes. If I fall asleep, will you keep the dragons from attacking? Of course I will. I knew it. You'd make a perfect knight in shining armor. Her voice was quiet, and he wondered if she really would fall asleep. He didn't want to miss out on his chance, so he leaned in and kissed her quickly, keeping it chaste and proper, but wanting to let her know how he felt. I think I'm falling in love with you, Stacey. She sighed but didn't open her eyes. I think I am too, Aaron. Then she was asleep. He smiled and pulled out his phone. He would set an alarm and let her take a quick nap before waking her up and making her go inside for the night. He grabbed another blanket and laid it over the top of her, tucking it under her chin, then rested his head on his pillow again, watching her so at peace. He hadn't quite known what to expect from her when he'd confessed his feelings, but her response had been enough. Instead of more kisses like he'd thought, this was just fine. Kisses could wait. For now, he was happy to fall asleep next to her, just holding her hand. Stacey couldn't believe she'd fallen asleep in the tree house last night. She was surprised when Aaron woke her up a while later and led her to the car. He'd driven her to her parents' house in Greenville. She was still so out of it she hardly remembered him leading her up the front stairs and giving her a parting kiss at her front door, but she remembered wanting more kisses. It was a good thing he had morals because, with the way she felt about him, she'd have never stopped kissing him in her frame of mind last night. She hadn't wanted him to go home. She wasn't positive she'd actually said it but was almost sure she'd told him she loved him. She'd replayed last night over and over in her mind from the moment she'd woken up this morning. As she worked on breakfast for the guests at the inn, she hoped Aaron would come join them as well. The house Dean was working on was almost done and soon Aaron would be moved out of the inn and into the little cabin, giving more room for guests at the main house. Grandma Dee had mentioned that Stacey could move into one of the rooms up on the top floor to be right there instead of heading home every night, but Stacey knew it would be playing with fire if she was too close to Aaron. He just couldn't help looking the way he did and making her heart melt every time she laid eyes on him. And she didn't need his hotness burning her resolve to wait for marriage like she'd always planned. She was just putting a breakfast casserole in the oven when she heard his boots behind her. She knew it was him. She'd memorized every sound, smell, and motion of the man. She turned and smiled up at him. When he opened his arms, she gladly walked into them and wrapped her own arms around his trim waist. Her head rested just perfectly under his chin, and she loved the way they fit together. He was perfect for her, she just hoped she could be the right one for him. "How are you this morning, beautiful?" "Great," she said. "Did you sleep well?" "I was hoping it wouldn't mess up your schedule by taking a late nap." "No, that wasn't my trouble. The problem was after you kissed me goodnight, I couldn't get you out of my mind." Erin's chest rumbled beneath her cheek. She sighed happily, then looked up at him, loving the way he looked into her eyes as if she was the most important thing to him. "If I kissed you now, would that make it all better?" Erin asked. Stacey cocked her head to the side. "It might. Let's see." He released her back with one hand and brought his fingers to her cheek, caressing it softly. He bent down and touched her lips softly with his first, making her remember the words from last night. She was sure she hadn't imagined them. "I love you," Stacey whispered against his lips. "I love you more," Erin said. "We'll have to see about that," Stacey said, then kissed him again. They stayed tangled up in each other until an amused cough from behind brought Stacey back to the real world and she found herself turning with flaming cheeks to face her grandmother. "You two will have to cool things down in here unless you're planning to get married. Then you can get a room after you tie the knot. I won't even charge you." "Sorry, Grandma D," Erin said. "I just came to see if she needed help with breakfast, then got a little sidetracked." Grandma said with a wink. "But you'd better behave yourselves. I'm not going to put up with anything inappropriate in my house." "Yes, ma'am," Erin said. "Can I take Stacey for a moment?" He waited only for Grandma's nod before taking Stacey's hand and leading her out the door. They walked into the backyard and found a bench under one of the other trees. She was a little sad they hadn't gone to the tree house again, but she knew it wouldn't be a good idea to go back up there. Not with the memories from last night. "I'm sorry," Erin said as they sat down. "For what?" Stacey asked. "I hope you aren't apologizing for kissing me, because you're really good at it and I want to keep kissing." Erin smiled and kissed her quick, then shook his head. "No, for letting it get a little too much back there. And for embarrassing you in front of your grandmother." Stacey smiled. "I don't think Grandma minded so much. She likes you. Not as much as I do, mind you, but you heard her. She's already planning on us getting married." After she said the words, Stacey wondered if she should have kept her mouth shut. She didn't want to bring it up in case it scared him off, but when her grandmother had said that, she hadn't gotten the fear or worry in her thoughts like she'd expected to have. Especially since her mother had mentioned over and over again that Stacey should have given up acting and found a man to marry and settle down with. "I'm glad she won't kick me off the property. I like it here. And though I don't think we're ready to get married quite yet, I'm definitely not against looking into it in the future." "Same here," Stacey said. When the back door opened and a couple of kids ran out toward the tree house, Stacey was glad they hadn't gone up there. She squeezed Erin's hand and stood up. "Guess I'd better get back inside and set breakfast out." She took a few steps and turned to look at him. He'd been watching her, and she smiled. "You coming?" Erin stood. "Absolutely." Erin helped her with the cleanup after breakfast, happy to have a reason to stay by her side. The work he'd been doing for the last couple of weeks was winding down. Dean had gone to Emerald Cove to get another load of supplies from the lumberyard, so Erin wasn't needed to help build the cabins right now. If she'd let him, he'd help out with the meals, but Grandma Dee had mentioned they'd be doing a class on bread making this afternoon, so there wouldn't be a lot of room for him in the kitchen. With a handful of other ladies in there learning the basics, he didn't really want to be there anyway. No, he was feeling extra selfish right now and wanted to have Stacey all to himself. So when Grandma Dee mentioned they'd need a couple more ingredients to make the bread, Aaron offered to go to the store in Greenville with Stacey. He walked with her to his truck and helped her get in, smiling at how cute she was trying to climb up into this full-sized pickup. "It's a good thing I didn't go with the lifts on this. It's a good thing I can climb," Stacey said with a backward glance. They drove to the store with her sitting in the center seat right next to him instead of near the window, and he contemplated more and more the idea of marrying this woman. How had it gone from him admitting to himself, then to her, last night that he was in love, to thinking of marriage in such a short time frame? He'd never moved that fast in his life with any woman. Of course, he hadn't dated many since he'd been so swallowed up in his addiction. But now, his life looked like it had meaning and hope and the chance of a life and family of his own. Inside the store, he walked right next to her, pushing the shopping cart as she consulted the list Grandma Dee had made and flitting from one aisle to the next. As she turned the corner of one, her phone rang, and she pulled it out of her pocket. "Hello?" She kept walking for a few minutes, her eyes on the shelves, and then she froze and absently put the container she'd plucked from the shelf into the cart. She stared at him, her eyes opening wide as whoever on the other line continued to speak. He wished he could hear who it was on the other side, but there was enough noise from other shoppers he couldn't hear anything. "Are you serious?" Stacey asked, her face breaking out into a smile. At least it wasn't bad news. "No, I had no idea it was being seen so much. We just did it to advertise my grandparents' bed and breakfast. No, I did the editing myself. I had a friend film it." "Really? No way." The responses came quickly, and Aaron watched as Stacey got more and more excited. A sick feeling hit him, but he couldn't explain why. "Yes, of course. That sounds amazing. I'll get back to you. I need to think about it and check my schedule. Call me tomorrow." She pulled the phone away and looked at the clock on it. "Really, that soon? Okay, I'll call you back in a bit. Thanks, Janet." Stacey turned off her phone and a stunning smile spread across her face. "You will never believe this. That was my old agent. Apparently, someone saw my video for the inn, and they looked me up, then contacted her and they want me to audition for a part in a movie. They said I'm exactly what they are looking for. It's not the lead role, but it's still a pretty good one and it could really help me get seen." "That's great," Aaron said, trying to sound happy for her over the sinking sensation deep in his chest. "I need to get this back to the inn and talk to Grandma. See if she can do without me for a bit. Then I need to call my parents and see if I can borrow some money for a flight out there." "You have to fly to LA?" Aaron asked. "Yeah, I could never make it in time by driving. And this is too big to miss." She grabbed the last few things on the list without really looking at them and hurried to the front with the shopping cart. As soon as the bags were loaded into the truck, she pulled out her phone. He listened with a sinking heart as she called her mother and told her all about the amazing opportunity she'd been given. Though he wished there was something he could say to change her mind and beg her not to go, he knew he'd never forgive himself if he stopped her from reaching her dream when it was this close. Besides, he knew he didn't deserve someone like her anyway. At least he could still stay on at the inn and be a part of her life when she came back to see her family. He would lie to himself as much as it took to believe that would be enough. As soon as they reached the front of the inn, she jumped out of the truck and took one bag with her into the huge home, leaving the front door open in her haste. He heard her shouting for her grandmother, and when he reached the house with the other bags, he found them in the kitchen with a couple of other ladies who were guests for the week. In all the excitement, he He was able to drop off the groceries without catching anyone's eye, and he slipped out of the back door and headed to where they'd been building the cabins. Maybe Dean wasn't back yet, but Aaron could occupy himself with something. Before he reached the building site, he heard the horses in the pasture and decided a ride might be a better way to clear his mind and soothe his aching heart. He found Squirrel, his favorite horse, and had him saddled and ready to go within minutes. Without a backward glance, he took off in the opposite direction he and Stacey had always gone together. He wasn't sure he wanted more reminders of what he was going to lose. Chapter 12. Stacey still couldn't believe her luck. She'd never expected to hear from her agent again, yet now she had the chance to go audition for someone who had actually sought her out. They'd seen her work and knew a little about her already. Actresses dreamed about an opportunity like this all the time, yet it never really happened. It was all because of the inn, and Aaron. Aaron. The thought of leaving him hurt her heart. But it would only be for a short time. There was no guarantee she'd get the part anyway. If she did, it could be months before they started filming, leaving her time to be here with him. The filming wouldn't take long either if she just had a side part. Just a couple of months max and she'd be able to come back. She left the kitchen as soon as she could once the ladies there had stopped asking her questions and wishing her good luck. Where had Aaron gone? She'd been so excited about the whole thing she hadn't noticed when he'd disappeared. She had seen him briefly as he brought the rest of the groceries into the house. She looked out the front door and saw his truck right where he'd parked it, but he wasn't there in the front. She looked in the backyard and couldn't see him out there either. She wanted to talk to him about this to get his input and feedback. She'd come to trust him and valued his opinion. Maybe she'd even be able to convince him to fly out to LA with her. It could be fun, and they'd have a chance to go do something together without being completely tied to their work at the inn. Besides, having him there to talk to about it just seemed to make sense. She wanted his opinion. Never before had she cared what someone other than her parents thought. And even then, it was more that she wanted them to tell her she was right. But not Aaron. He was level-headed and wasn't a parent. He was her best friend and even more than that. She started walking again, looking for Aaron and hoping he would show up. She saw one of the preteens who'd been at the inn for a few days. She waved him over and the kid came close. "Any chance you've seen Aaron? You know, the big cowboy that helped you with the horse yesterday." "Sorry, no." The kid shook his head, then left while Stacey tried to figure out where to look for him. She pulled out her phone to give him a call. She really wanted to talk to him, but before she hit send, her phone rang again with her agent's number. Stacey took the call, hoping it wasn't a never mind. "What have you decided?" Janet asked. "The audition is tomorrow, and they'll decide by the end of the day. Can you get here in time?" "I haven't looked at flights yet, but I think I took the liberty of looking. There's a handful of flights to LA from a few different airlines in North Carolina. I'm sure you'll be able to get here tonight if you want to. It's a great opportunity, especially with them asking about you. So, if you want my advice, I'd say hang up with me and book the flight. I'll come pick you up at LAX and drop you off at any hotel you want." Stacey took a deep breath. She couldn't let this opportunity pass her by. If she got this part, it would be incredible, and open all kinds of doors for her. "Okay. I'm coming. I'll let you know when the flight comes in. Can you email me the audition script?" "Fantastic. It's already in your inbox. See you soon." The phone clicked off before Stacey could even reply, and she immediately ran into the house, told her grandma she needed to take the week off, and would let her know how things went when she knew herself. In less than 20 minutes, she had booked a flight, using her credit card she had just barely finished paying off after her struggles in LA before. She hoped and prayed she wasn't making the wrong decision. She headed out to her car and tried calling Aaron once more. He needed to know what she was planning, but unfortunately, she didn't have time to go looking for him. She had to get home and pack quickly, then drive an hour to the airport. As she called, his phone just rang until it finally went to voicemail. She debated for a moment on what to say, wishing she could actually talk to him in person. Finally, she decided to just give a quick apology for rushing off and told him she'd call him soon and let him know what happened. Aaron had ridden the horse hard for a few miles and then knew he needed to turn back, but he wasn't ready to go the way he'd come. Instead, he decided to meander around the property in a loop until he reached the trail that would return him to the inn homestead. As he approached the grove of trees where he and Stacey had spent many hours, he debated on just moving past it, but instead decided he'd give the horse a break and use the quiet time to think. He hobbled the horse so it couldn't wander too far, then leaned against the tree and pulled his hat down over his eyes. His mind was a mess, his heart was in turmoil, and he longed to find peace. Then the memories of the peace he'd found in prayer surfaced. Aaron pulled his hat off and rested it on his knee. Closing his eyes, he offered a prayer. Pouring out his heart to his Maker, Aaron begged for comfort in the knowledge he needed to make the right choice. He wanted to ask her to stay but wouldn't take away her dream. He prayed for the strength to let her choose her own path and to accept whatever choice she made. As he realized he really did want what was best for her, and not just what was best for him, the ache in his heart eased and his mind relaxed. He didn't know how things would turn out, but handing over his troubles to someone else helped. Leaving his hat off, Aaron leaned his head against the tree and looked up through the leaves to the blue sky above. No matter what came, he'd survive. 10 minutes later, his peaceful solitude was broken by the sound of a horse. His own horse noticed as well and lifted his head to whinny back. Aaron stood up, replacing his hat, and watched the trail for whoever was coming. It might have been some of the guests at the inn out for a ride, and he didn't want to look like he was troubled. The moment the horse stepped out from behind one of the larger bushes lining the trail, Aaron's heart sank as he realized he had hoped it would be Stacey, coming to find him. Instead, he caught sight of Eric. Aaron waved to his friend and Eric steered the horse in the direction of the tree where Aaron waited. "I didn't know you had come out here." "Yeah, sorry," Aaron said. "I just needed to take a break and clear my head." "Of what?" Eric asked. "Did something happen with you and Stacey?" "I don't know," Aaron said. "She just got a call from her agent. And there is a chance for her to get a part in a movie. At least I think it would be a movie. She didn't tell me much. I saw her leaving the inn not too long ago." "She left?" Aaron asked. "Yeah, took her car and headed out. Seemed to be in a bit of a hurry." Aaron nodded. "I guess it makes sense. You don't seem upset." "Why should I be upset?" Aaron asked, glad that at least he could hide some of his emotions. "I thought things were going pretty well between the two of you." "Nah, just good friends." Eric said, watching him for a few moments. "If you say so. I'm heading back. Want to join me, or are you staying here longer?" "I'll head back with you. I need to get things finished." Stacey wanted to get back to the inn as quickly as possible after that phone call, so I should probably run back into Greenville and pick up the stuff at the hardware store. The two rode back to the inn without talking, and Aaron appreciated Eric's restraint. He was sure Eric probably wanted to ask a few questions, but instead just remained silent, allowing Aaron to process what had happened. When he got off his horse and put the saddle away, he pulled out his phone, wanting to give her a call and see where she was. He saw he'd missed her call while he was on the trail. Probably came at a time when he was in a low reception area. Aaron pressed the button to allow him to hear her message, and as her voice spoke, he knew he was losing her. "Aaron," Stacey had begun. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you this in person. I have to do this. It's an incredible opportunity and I don't want to ever wonder what if, you know. I'll call you later and let you know how it went. Sorry again." Her voice paused a moment, then her final word felt like a slap in the face. Goodbye. Chapter 13. The next 48 hours just flew by for Stacey. She'd managed to barely make her flight and spent most of the trip reading the script portion and mentally practicing what she'd do and what she'd say. She had done plenty of auditions before and got a little bit of feedback on occasions, helping her to hone her craft. Also, the few times she'd gotten the small parts, she'd been lucky enough to get some tips and advice from a few of the bigger-named actors and actresses to help her feel more confident with each subsequent audition. Wishing she could call Aaron while on the plane didn't help her much either. She didn't want to go into this without at least talking to him, but he'd disappeared, and the closer she got to LA, the more she realized she needed to clear her mind and emotions of everything else besides the character she was going to play. When the plane touched down at LAX, she texted her agent to let her know she'd arrived and was told where to meet her. Janet had then whisked her away to the hotel Stacey had booked at the same time she'd done her flight and then gave her some tips and suggestions on what to do the next morning. Stacey followed her recommendation to take an over-the-counter sleep aid so she'd be rested and refreshed for the morning instead of tossing with nerves and having baggy eyes for the audition. When she walked into the building and took the elevator to the floor of the casting director's office, she had given herself as many pep talks as she could. From here on out, it would happen as it happened. She had said a prayer for calm and poise, not daring to beg for help getting the part, but just to have the right thing happen. As she shook hands with the casting director and got the introductions and quick instructions out of the way, she pushed Aaron out of her thoughts once more. She would think about him later. For now, she would do her best and see what came of it. Aaron debated dozens of times each hour on whether to call her back or just let things go. She had said she'd call him when she had news, but that could have been a soft way to let him down easily. When lunchtime rolled around, and he still hadn't heard anything, he decided he'd text. He didn't want to call if it was in the middle of her audition. As he looked at his phone, trying to think of what to say, he couldn't come up with anything at all. Finally deciding to just wish her luck, he typed, "break a leg." He hoped that worked, but at the same time, he thought it would just make things easier on him if she didn't get the part. Then he immediately felt bad for his selfish behavior. She wanted this. Had wanted it since she was a little kid, coming to her grandparents' house for cousins' camp. The memory of her young girl's handwriting with her wish to become a famous actress flooded his mind. He couldn't take this from her. If she got the part, he'd support her decision. He would never make her feel like she had to give something up for him. Besides, he knew deep down he didn't really deserve someone as wonderful as her. He had been fortunate to have her friendship and acceptance even with all the wrongs he'd done in his life. She'd been his friend for months now and had helped him feel like he could be a contributing member of society once more. If she did become famous, there was no way he would want his history and private life out there for the entire world to judge. This was for the best. He'd give her the clean break she needed and stay here and help her grandparents realize their dream of making the inn grow to how they wanted it. After catching the vision from Stacey, he really wanted to see this place take off. He would do this for her. Let her focus on her future in acting while he helped build this up. Aaron tucked his phone in his pocket and turned his attention to the stables. He might as well go muck them out since he felt similar to a pile of manure at that moment. Stacey walked out of the audition and headed to the elevators feeling like things had gone all right, but she didn't know if they'd cast her or not. She'd have to wait for at least a day till they finished with the other auditions before she'd hear if they wanted her to do a callback. To occupy her time, she decided she'd go visit some of her old haunts. The restaurant that she had missed the most after she left was only a few blocks away and it would be easy enough to walk there. Though as she started down the sidewalks in the heels she'd worn for the image needed in her part, she realized she very much preferred the tennis shoes or even her boots she'd worn around the bed and breakfast over heels. Her eyes took in everything around her as she worked her way to the restaurant. The odd thing was, she discovered she didn't really miss this place much. So many people, and most of them completely busy and absorbed in their own lives. None of the friendly smiles and waves she would have received back home. The small-town feel had re-established itself in her heart and she questioned whether she'd want to live here. But getting a part in a movie. It wasn't a big studio producing it, but they still put out solid work. It would be a great beginning for her. She'd be seen by more studio executives and have a chance to audition for even bigger roles. No one in their right mind would give up this opportunity. So why did it feel so confusing inside? By the time she reached the restaurant, she'd had to ignore a half-dozen catcalls and inappropriate propositions from random men on the street. Why they thought it would be welcome was beyond her. Not that everyone here in LA was bad, but she hadn't noticed how much more polite people were back home. None of the blatant sexism she'd experienced in her 10-minute walk. When she walked through the doors and met the hostess at the front, she immediately recognized her as someone she'd been in a short scene with a year or so back. "Hey Paige. It's good to see you." "Oh, wow. Hi Stacey. I thought you left town," Paige said, hugging her. "I did, but I guess it just calls you back once you get the bug. Is it just you today, or are you meeting someone?" "Just me. I just finished an audition and thought I'd come get my favorite." Paige nodded and led her over to a small booth by the window. "Is this okay?" "Perfect," Stacey said. "Let me take your order. Since there's not a rush going on right now, I'll let them know I'm taking a quick break and we'll catch up." "Sound good?" Stacey smiled, happy to know she'd have a chance to visit with her friend. Paige headed to the kitchen and came out with Stacey's drink order and another for herself. "How have things been for you?" Paige shook her head sadly. "It's all the same. Audition after audition and not a whole lot of parts. Had one in a television show. Played a murder victim, so only a few seconds on screen, and most of that pretending to be dead." Stacey laughed with her as they commiserated on the lousiness of the part. "I did get one a while back where I was a trophy wife, but only had one speaking part. 3 words. Oh man, that's tough. Yeah, so I've taken this job and they've been good at letting me slip out now and then to do the auditions. Do wonder why I'm still trying though. All I get are just filler parts." "I hear ya," Stacey said. "That's why I headed back home to work with my grandparents at their bed and breakfast." As she spoke the words, she wondered why she was bringing it up. "That sounds cool. Where is it?" "This cute little area in the base of the mountains in North Carolina." "You're from North Carolina?" Paige asked. "No wonder you've got such an adorable accent." "I'm just plain old California. What's it like back home?" As they talked, all the sights and sounds and smells of home flooded her mind, and she knew she really loved it back there. Stacey found the homemade advertisement she'd posted on multiple social media sites and played the video for Paige, who oohed and awed in all the right places. "Sounds wonderful. And horses. Man, I'd kill to have access to horses. I loved them as a girl, but never could convince my parents to get one." "Yeah, not many people can just have one in their backyard. Grandpa had a couple of them years ago, but it has been a while. But oh, I loved going for rides on them. And they're in the process of getting a boat dock up so we can do some kayaking and some swimming things. So, it'll be like a full-on summer camp place." Paige asked. "That's the plan. So why did you come back here?" Paige asked, leaning back a little. "I'd kill for a cause and a purpose like that." "I don't know," Stacey said. "I got a call from Janet, my agent, about a part she said I'd be perfect for." Stacey didn't want to bring up the fact they'd requested her because that felt like it would be rubbing it in. "So, I figured I'd give it one last shot. If things didn't work out, then I could just go back home. I didn't want to have any what-ifs. You know." "Yeah, I guess that makes sense," Paige said. And it's not like you left anyone behind. Stacey focused her attention on her drink, moving the straw around and stirring the ice. Whoa, Paige said. Did you leave a guy back home? Stacey shrugged. I don't know. I mean, I guess. It's not like we were serious or anything. Have you kissed him? Paige asked. Yeah, Stacey said. A lot. Stacey didn't have to answer because Paige was studying her closely and must have read it all over her face. She wasn't a very good actress if she couldn't hide her feelings about Aaron. What did he say when you left? He kinda disappeared the moment he heard I was thinking about it. And I had to take the flight right away or I'd miss the audition. I haven't actually talked to him since I told him what Janet had said. Paige gave a low whistle and shook her head slowly. He did text though. Told me to break a leg, but I haven't had a chance to call him yet. I was going to after lunch. By then he should be done with the writing lessons. He works there too? Paige asked. And he rides a horse. Stacey smiled as she pictured him sitting astride his favorite horse and smiling down at her. He does, Paige said with a sigh. Do you have a picture of this cowboy? Stacey pulled her phone out again and found her favorite, but as she looked at it, she was almost reluctant to share it. Aaron was hers, at least in her heart, but if so, then what on earth was she doing here? Paige leaned over as Stacey stared at Aaron and her hum of approval sent a momentary flash of jealousy through Stacey. Are there more of those kinds of cowboys there? Paige asked. Stacey chuckled. Not exactly like Aaron, but his buddy is the one that brought the horses. Paige met Stacey's eyes. You know, if you go back, I think I might beg to come with. Really? Stacey asked. Paige gave a low sigh. Yeah, I think I'm done with this. It's not what I thought it would be. I am working enough to get by, but still, everything just feels so futile and kind of empty. I knew it would be a long shot coming here in the first place. Everyone told me it wouldn't work, but you just have to try it for yourself anyway, you know. That's why I did it. Stacey took a slow drink of her soda. And why I left to go back home. The thought of getting my shot here was so appealing, but the more I think about it, the less appealing it is. You just auditioned today? Paige asked. Yeah. It went all right, but who knows? Stacey looked up as the waitress who was still working brought her order. Stacey thanked her, took a homemade onion ring from the basket, and nibbled on it. But after talking with you and remembering all the stresses involved in this whole business, the less I want to do it. So, if you don't get the part, you'll head back home? Paige asked, then looked at Stacey's phone she had left on the table. You do realize that if you don't go back and lay claim to that hottie, he's not gonna last long. Stacey placed her hand over the phone as if to keep Aaron safe and protected and all to herself, making Paige laugh. I'm not saying I'd steal him, Paige said. But if he's half as amazing as what your eyes are saying, I wouldn't waste time on more auditions if this one doesn't take. The door to the little restaurant opened and a few couples came in, making Paige stand up. I guess my break is now over. Enjoy your lunch and let me know how things go. If you go back home and need anyone there to run some summer camp groups, I'd love to give it a shot. I was a camp counselor for a couple of summers in high school. Really? Stacey asked. Paige said as she pulled out her phone case and slid out the business card with her number on it. Seriously, call me and let me know if you get the part. I want to see you again before you leave town either way. I'm so done with all this and was just trying to figure out what to do next. Staying here in LA is not an option. It was really good seeing you again, Paige, Stacey said, slipping the card into her phone case. I'll call you for sure. Good luck, though, Paige said. I hope you do get the part if that's what you really want. Thanks, Stacey said, then turned her phone back on and returned to the photos, scrolling through each one and smiling at the memories and happy feelings it brought to see herself with Aaron or just him doing what he did while she sneaked random pictures of him without him knowing. As she took a bite of her meal, she contemplated her options, still hoping for an answer. But nothing came. Chapter 14. Aaron hadn't wanted to lose himself to numbness in a long time, but with Stacey gone, he felt the longing for the oblivion he'd known before. She'd only been gone a couple of days, but he'd only had a quick response back from his text earlier by way of saying thanks. He needed to man up and call her. He wanted to check on her and see how things were going. To wish her well and let her know he supported her in whatever she did. He was too afraid that if he did start talking to her, he'd act like a baby and beg her to come back. To give up her dream to make his come true. That was so unfair that he stopped himself from hitting dial every time he pulled her number up. Instead, he tried to bury himself in work. With Dean done with the last part of framing on the newest cabin, they decided to get to work on building the dock at the lake. It was hard and muddy work for part of it, but he didn't mind. Being physically and mentally exhausted helped keep him from doing something stupid. By the time the dock was finished, the sun had begun to set, and the fireflies lit the area as he stumbled his way back to his little cabin. Aaron took a long shower to help ease the aches in his bones and warm him up from being in and out of the cool lake water as they adjusted the beams. He wished Stacey could have been there to see it coming together. They would work on building the boathouse in a few weeks or so, but getting the area ready for kids to go swimming and practice diving instead of just easing into the lake from the side would make for some fun. Aaron pulled out his phone and found her number, then stared at it for a bit. He walked to the fridge, pulled out a cold soda, and took a long drink, keeping the corner of his eye on the phone as if that might make her call him. Get over it and call her already, he growled at himself. Taking a long deep breath, he pressed dial and waited for it to ring. Instead, the phone went immediately to voicemail, indicating it was off. It really wasn't that late, but maybe she was out with friends, catching up after being gone. He hesitated a moment, before leaving a very simple message. Hey, Stacey. Hope things are good. Just wanted to check in. I'll talk to you later, I guess. He turned off his phone and tossed it to the side of his bed before lying down and staring up at the ceiling. Dude, he said to himself as he followed the line of the wooden beams that gave the cabin a rustic feel. You're pathetic. No wonder she's gone. He rolled to his side and grabbed his phone, knowing it would only be more torture, but found her video about the inn and watched her eyes sparkle and the excitement she portrayed as she talked about everything the place had to offer. When he'd filmed her in each of those locations, he'd never in his wildest dreams thought she'd be gone because of it. But she was beautiful and talented and so completely out of his league. Yet he was only human and still wished for a chance with her anyway. Tomorrow morning, he'd call again in hopes he could catch her at a good time and see how things were going. Stacey woke the next morning feeling groggy and annoyed that her phone had woken her up after her late night. She rolled over in her bed and picked up the phone, but the moment she saw the caller ID, she sat up straight in bed and hurried to answer it. Aaron, she said, knowing she sounded drowsy, but not caring. Hi, Stacey, sorry if I woke you up. I just wanted to see how things were going. How did the audition go? Stacey smiled, unable to help herself at the sound of his voice. It was great. I got a call back and then read a longer part. Did a quick read with the other actor they had already cast for the male lead. A callback, huh? That's a really good sign. Did you hear back on it yet? Yeah, actually, Stacey said, scooting back against her headboard and adjusting the pillow. And? Aaron asked, sounding incredibly curious, with a hint of something she wasn't quite sure what to make of it. I was offered the part. Oh wow, he said. That's awesome. I'm proud of you, Stace. Thanks, she said, feeling the momentary thrill of the job offer once again. Before she could say more, Aaron cleared his throat. That really is great. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I have lots to do today and just wanted to see how things were. I'll talk to you later, okay? Okay, but, she began. Before she could finish her thought, her phone went dead, and Stacey stared at it. As she set it down on her old and familiar bedspread, she looked at her bedroom wall and tried to puzzle out what had just happened. He had sounded so excited, but also sad at her news. As her mind turned a few thoughts over, she smiled at the realization that she'd made the right choice in coming home. Now she just needed to go find the silly man in person and tell him the rest of her news. She climbed out of bed and walked down the hallway of her parents' house until she reached the bathroom. She took the fastest shower of her life, and before her parents were even up, she had written a note telling them she was going up to the inn and would see them tonight. She had a man to claim. If he'd have her. Aaron didn't even take time to stop in the main house for a hello or some of Grandma Dee's morning muffins. He just grabbed a quick bite of toast from his own little kitchenette and headed out to the stables. He needed a long ride. To feel the peace and solace of the wide-open sky and then work his way to the stand of trees where he'd felt that peace and assurance that everything would work out. Maybe he could feel it again and give him the strength to let her go. She had sounded so excited to tell him she'd gotten the part, and he knew she was going to tell him more about it, but he just couldn't endure it yet. He had to have time to come to terms with her good luck and not bemoan the fact that his luck hadn't panned out. It didn't take him long to get the horse saddled, and he left a note on the whiteboard Eric had put up to inform him where he was going. The man liked to keep track of his animals, and for the benefit of getting to ride one whenever he wanted, Aaron was okay with the exchange. He followed the regular trail he and Stacey had always taken when they rode together and allowed his mind to wander through all the memories it brought up. It wasn't like he'd never see her again. The movie part wouldn't be something that lasted forever. She'd have to be on location to film for a while, but maybe he could go see her. Let her know he supported her completely. Then, when it was over, they'd see how things went. See if she wanted to stay in LA so she could be closer to Hollywood and all the opportunities she'd need to build her career. He'd follow her there if she'd let him. Of course, he'd make sure things were taken care of here and find a replacement for himself so Grandpa Joe wouldn't have to do the hard labor on his own. The more he thought it through, the better he felt. He could make it work on his end. He just had to find out if he could fit in her world. When he reached the tree they had always paused at, Aaron stopped the horse and dismounted. He took the reins and led the horse to one of the smaller trees nearby where he tied him up to keep him from wandering off. Aaron walked under the low-hanging branches, smiling at the memories that flooded him again. The happiest thoughts were of holding her as they stood in the shade of the huge tree and shared sweet kisses. Man, how he wished she was here now. He sat down on the grass and leaned against the back of the tree, searching for an insight on what to do. He allowed his thoughts to turn to prayer again and waited for a moment before expressing his desires. Finally, he just whispered the words, "Let her be happy. Whatever she chooses, and whatever happens, just let her be happy." He sat in silence, listening to the sounds of the birds and insects and enjoying the soft breeze for quite some time, but he was in no rush to head back to the inn and get to work. He'd have plenty to do when he returned, but none of it was urgent for the morning. After a while his horse snorted, alerting him to the sound of movement down the trail. Aaron stood up and moved closer to his horse, wanting to keep the animal calm in case something spooked it. Though it was probably just Eric, coming for a morning ride as well. When he caught sight of what had grabbed his horse's attention, Aaron's heart thudded against his rib cage. There, atop that horse sat the most glorious woman he'd ever seen, and he could barely allow himself to believe she was there. "There you are," Stacey said as she saw him. "I'd hoped you hadn't taken a different trail." Stacey smiled, sending a longing for her through his body all the way to his toes. She nudged the horse closer, then pulled the reins softly and dismounted. She didn't reach for him, and he wasn't sure if he should take her hand or not. He took a step forward, and when she took a step as well, he reached for her and pulled her into a hug. "I'm glad I found you," she finally said against his chest. "I can't believe you're here. I thought you said you got the part." "I did," Stacey said. "I turned it down." "What?" Aaron asked, pulling back and looking into her eyes, searching for any sign he'd misunderstood, but all he saw was her. "I'm sorry I took off without talking to you before, but it was such a quick decision I had to make." She looked up into his face. "I wanted to talk to you. To lay it all out, but then they called back and told me I had to decide right then, so I wanted to go and make sure I'd never regret it. Then once I was there, it just didn't feel right. I was no longer the same girl I'd been when I first arrived in LA a few years ago, hoping to get my big break." "I'm sorry, too," Aaron said. "For what?" Stacey asked, looking confused at his words. He hurried to clarify. "For leaving that day you got the call without saying goodbye. I just didn't want to be in your way as you made your choice." Stacey shook her head. "But you were a big part of the choices I had to make. I kinda thought we meant something to each other." Stacey fiddled with the reins still in one of her hands. "Unless you're not interested." Aaron shook his head and Stacey stepped back. "No, I am interested," he said, grabbing her hand before she could misunderstand what he meant. "I just meant I didn't want to stop you from chasing your dream by begging you to stay here with someone like me." Stacey sighed. "You know, when I got that call, I thought it was my dream coming true. Then the more I thought about it, the more I realized I already had a hold of my dream." She wrapped her arms around him and tucked her head under his chin. "The guy who showed me what it's like to love someone more than just my childish plan to get rich for all the wrong reasons. I don't need millions of adoring fans. I just need the love of one man." "Are you sure?" Aaron asked, wrapping his arms around her gently, not wanting to tighten them too much to where she might change her mind, because he knew if he gave himself over to her, he would never let her go. "I'm sure," Stacey said, looking up at him. "The whole time I was in LA, I couldn't get you out of my mind. I kept thinking of the inn and how you had taken all of my crazy ideas in stride and helped me make them become a reality. The quiet moments we spent together, the beauty of this place, your goodness and strength. I don't want to lose that under the glittery lights of a fake world. I want what's real. I want you. I'm all yours, Stacey. Heart and soul. You've got all of me. Then what do you think about a wedding? You and me. Are you proposing to me, young lady?" "Yes, I am, Cowboy. I want you as mine and only mine forever and ever. And the sooner we make it official the better, 'cause dang, boy, you are too handsome for words, and I don't want Grandma D getting after either one of us again." Aaron laughed at the memory. "Well, she isn't here right now. So let me do this right so I can face Grandma D with pride." He turned around and looked at the ground under the tree. When he spotted what he'd seen earlier, he reached down and pulled a little green vine with a pretty white flower attached to it. He twisted the vine around in a little circle, then reached for Stacey's hand and slid the makeshift ring onto her finger with the white flower on top. Then he got down on one knee and looked up at her. "Stacey Perry, will you marry me?" She sat down on his knee that was propped up and wrapped her arms around him. "Yes, I will, Aaron Murray. Nothing would make me happier." Then she kissed him, and he knew there was nothing in life that would make him happier than she could. Epilogue. Stacey had always dreamed about what her wedding would be like. Though in all those little dreams, she had never once considered what her groom would be like. It had all been about how fancy and beautiful the venue would be, what color scheme she'd choose, and what her decorations would look like. Even the menu had been planned down to the littlest detail. Of course, the wedding she actually chose was so much better. Aaron's friends, Eric and Dean had built a gazebo in the wooded area not far from where the tree house was. When Grandma Dee had heard of the engagement, she'd offered to hold the wedding there at the inn, and as they all dreamed up what the backyard could transform into, and that it would help them build up what was needed for future events, Stacey and Aaron were happy to go along with it. Stacey's parents had pitched in since they had saved up money for Stacey's wedding from the time she was a little girl. Aaron's parents came and helped with the construction of the gazebo and an outdoor pavilion that could be used for all kinds of events. Now, as Stacey looked out the window of the little building that would be used for the future brides who chose the inn as their venue, she smiled at the sight of Aaron standing at the front of the gazebo looking at the guests who were all seated in the chairs lined up facing him. She would be walking down that aisle in only moments, and Stacey wished she was already standing right there beside him. Her mother stepped over to the window and looked outside with her. "You picked a good man." "I really did," Stacey agreed. "He's the best thing that ever happened to me." "I heard him say the same thing about you the other night," Mom said. Stacey leaned her head against her mother's shoulder. "I can't believe it's happening. Things are so different than where I thought I'd be this time last year. I'm glad you moved back home. And you made the right choice with Aaron. The two of you are perfect together. I think it was just meant to be." A soft knock on the door made them both turn around. Stacey's father opened the door and looked inside. "Are you ready?" Stacey nodded and moved over to hug her father. "Yes, I'm ready." Her father took a slow breath and sighed. "I'm not sure I'm ready to give you away, but since I know Aaron is a good man and will take care of you, I suppose I can do it. I'm not going to disappear, Daddy. We're going to be living here in Greenville and helping Grandma and Grandpa run the inn." "I know," her father said. "It's just a little surreal to see my daughter all grown up and becoming a Mrs. Stacey smiled. "I know. But I'm ready, and it's time. So, let's go." Her father chuckled. "That's my girl. Always ready to jump into things when she knows it's right." He placed Stacey's hand on his arm, and they followed her mother to the doorway. Stacey's mom made one last adjustment to the veil and then gave her a kiss on the cheek before stepping out of the door to join the groomsmen who would escort her to the front. The other members of the wedding party made their way up to the front, and Stacey saw the wedding planner bend down to let the flower girl know it was her turn next. Stacey's heartbeat pounded in her chest. It was almost her turn. Time for her to marry the person she had come to love and trust more than any other. When the flower girl reached the front, the music changed to the wedding march, and Stacey looked up at her father. "No changing your mind?" he asked. "Never," Stacey said, taking a step forward. She felt the vibration of his laugh against her hand where it rested on his arm. In no time at all, she was standing face to face with Aaron and hoping the look in her eyes expressed to him as much love as she saw shining back at her from his own gaze. As the officiator began the ceremony, Stacey placed her hands in Aaron's and knew she had given up the world and gained everything in return. Dear reader, I hope you enjoyed reading The Cowboy's Second Chance. Please consider posting a review or rating on Goodreads or your favorite retailer. Reviews help spread the word. It's the best way to say thank you to any author. If you have questions or comments, please feel free to contact me at laura@lauradbastion.com. Check out my website at www.lauradbastion.com. Thanks for reading. Laura D. Bastion. Copyright 2022 by Laura D. Bastion. All rights reserved. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are a product of the author's imagination and are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. No part of this book can be reproduced in any form or by electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without the express written permission of the author.